anything tensioned, then it's not apples to apples. You know what I mean? Because even that material is that basic material that stuff is made out of is completely different than ours. Plus, the track system is completely different than ours. So ours has a slack built in already, so it tends to be a little bit looser. You know, there's things that you can do to mitigate that, obviously, but it's the nature of the beast for for at least the polypropylene. So that's very important that you relate that to the customers, that this is the potential. I'm not the potential, but this is the look of the product. These are the permissible imperfections. You know what I mean? There are imperfections in fabric, you know, and with time they develop imperfections. You know what I mean? So it's like I said, manage their expectations on the product, um, and it'll be easier for you as the dealer. You won't have an upset customer because they weren't aware of, you know, of how the product was. So it's important. There's going to be a couple changes on the screen sizing pretty soon. We have a smaller tube um, in the one that we've been using. Getting deformed, even though there's a little roller that we developed, a pretty simple roller that helps with any of our old installs with the number 20 zipper tooth. That one seems to have a lot of space in between the tooth. So when that one rolls up, the tape and the tooth, sometimes those teeth will fold back and wrap around itself and then won't want to come back, and it gets stuck on the track. Well, this roller, when you put it in, will now grab that tooth and always bring it into position and drop it right in. So for that's an easy fix for that particular old style zipper. It's been working pretty good. So we send them out to most new orders now. We're sending them out. We'll show you where they go later on up there. It's just at the very top. Particular situation. So it works good. If you have any existing jobs out there that might be an issue with that, uh, I would grab a couple and try them out. You know what I mean, before going out and taking out to replace anything like that. Um, so again, hurricane screens have been on the rise since there's not a lot of aluminum involved in it. There is the procedures for this labor intensive. So there's still, you can't really drop it that much of a cost consider, you know, what the 55 is. Um, but that's most of what the dealers have been offering right now because of cost. Um, there's on this one here, it's probably better you can hear. So like I said, looking for stuff that's going to be in the way. So this was before, and this is after the install. So here you have some stucco banding that, you know, you got to take into account. Either you're going to notch and also still build out, or you're going to notch the build out. You know what I mean? So it all depends on the degree of comfort sometimes for the installation crews on how they want to handle that. Um, if you have a shop, then and your layout guy measures that up, and you can get it all notched up in the shop, which is ideal. Your installation crews would love it. But sometimes you don't have that. You know what I mean? And they have to do it out in the field, or notching concrete. Notching concrete for me, sometimes it's just really messy. You know what I mean? You get a lot of dust, even though you're only going to notch, 3 inches, 3 and a quarter inches. By the time you're done, the whole lanai is filled with dust. And then, now the customers are clean. Hey, who's going to take care of this? So things to think about when you're out there. There are new things that I've been seeing lately, more accessible to our, everyday Home Depot. You can pick up now. They got the little tents, the little plastic, and the basically isolate yourself. You know what I mean, within that. So that's something that's out there, ready available now. So something to think about. Again, at a cost, but you got to weigh, whether you want an irate customer, you know what I mean, and then having them get their own people and doing it, and then giving you that, that bill at a, 30 whatever percent markup, if that, it might be more, and then, more out of pocket for you. So like I said, it's always good to kind of go in there, assess everything, and the best for you and the client as well. So that's just that. So you got a sill there. There's no need to put an angle or anything at the bottom. So that's good. So it's just basic trim. On this particular one, they actually did put the build out around there, and notch the build out, so that if any time, again, another situation, whether if the client is ever going to want to sell that later on, and they just want to put impact windows, and they're going to remove that shutter. Now, since you notched the structure and not the banding, then the shutter just comes off and the banding's intact. They paint and they're ready to go. If not, then they have to get their stucco people come in and do their thing. And so again, things to look out for. This lanai here, if you can see, there's lanais all the way. There's shutters all the way, encompassing the whole lanai. But again, uh, how to lay out, obviously the structure is what, it's going to hold you to whatever you're trying to accomplish. So in this case here, at the corner here, you have two housings that are going to intersect, so you need to allow them the room that they need. So in this particular case, it's a 10-inch housing. So if you were to put this one, which actually went on the inside now, rather than it going on the outside like all the other ones, that allows us to get this one all the way over tight to that corner, and this one all the way tight to this corner, and not have any need to give a deadpan, deadpan foils or whatever, to allow for that clearance. You know what I mean? So, but this is all stuff that the client needs to agree to, you know, because it's different. This shutter is on the inside now. But again, if you explain why, and that there isn't any alternatives, other than now, if they didn't want to have a deadpan or anything, having to make that column bigger, having to call somebody here to frame it, I don't think they're going to put a block or anything, but frame it out, stucco it, make it a bigger column so that now you can fit your stuff in. So this one was not unique, but it was either how to get it done, or lose the job to somebody else that would come up with whatever other scenario that they had. So this one happened to work out fine. So it was an inside mount, trapped everything underneath the beam. I would have particularly taken it, and put it on the face of the column. I had the room to do that. Put it on the face of the column and taking it all the way up to the beam. That way you didn't have this in here and that at low. But again, that's what they wanted, even though I did add a little bit of cost here, a little bit of cost there, but it opens it up a little bit more. So again, making sure that you explain those things to them. And again, you always want to kind of lean towards what's going to be advantageous for you. You know what I mean? Because ultimately, you're paying your guys to go out there and do this work. They got to be as efficient as possible. And again, that comes into play in laying out. You know what I mean? You don't want to do unnecessary things that you don't have to do, and get depends on where you're at. You want to get fancy. You know what I mean? And fancy, it's going to cost. So it's going to cost money, but it's also going to cost you a lot of time and labor. So sometimes it's more advantageous to just go in, sell cookie cutters, you know what I mean, and do 2 or 3 cookie cutters rather than go down to Naples, Pelican Bay, or whatever, and get this $6 million home that you're going to be tied up your guys there for a week. You know what I mean, depending on the product. Plus, those customers are very particular, and not sometimes not even necessarily the customers, but they're the people who handle their property, because they're responsible for them. The customer, ultimately the end user, is not there most of the time. He just wants to come home and operate it and it function. So the guy who situates the contracting and all that, he's gonna be on top of you for all that. So it's, again, good to have a good rapport with them, and again, playing it 100% possible. Um, there's this particular. It's hard to see on this particular one, but this is another installation that had roll down hurricane shutters on the front, and then bug screens on the inside. And obviously you got these angles in here. So here are your uh, pencil marks, and just again laying out so that you know where your measurement for that particular shutter is. You got to make sure you take into account what your product is, your profile, so that you know what your container sizes are, so that you know how to work around all this. So basically, on this particular one here, since it's kind of catty cornered there at an angle, uh, how do you affix your track to that wall, since it's at an angle and your beam is cutting across straight? You know, typically it's an angle, and you're gonna cup it, and whatever length you need for this leg and this leg. This leg sometimes might be a 3.5 inch, so you have a 4 inch angle that you have to cut, which that ended up being something like that, if I remember correctly. So then you mount that to the wall, and then you need to see where this shutter is going to be at there. So that's what these lines are now. So your post here to attach this shutter on the inside, because this is a straight. So you're attaching a post here, and you're okay. You're coming out 10 inches. This one's coming out 10 inches. So you need to know you're coming back 10 inches where that intersection is, because they're mitering the boxes there, and also making sure that our dimensions are right when when we build this and go install it. Yes. Mhm. Yeah, there is I think a spreadsheet that we have in there that does have those sizes. If not, if you can leave me your info, I can get it to you. Um, but there is, yeah, so you don't have to type in what it is. But I'll tell you this, that probably is going to be the most accurate way to do it, since sometimes we're changing things. You know what I mean? We're like for our screens now, we're going to change the tubes. That's going to change the size of that box. So if you take this chart that I gave you, and that's probably not being updated like the ordering profile is, if it's a pretty standard profile that you know it's not going to change, then you can obviously use it. But like I said, it's probably more accurate if you did go onto the portal to see that. And then if you do it often enough, you'll know right off the bat what it is. But typically, when I did the layout, I knew what profile I was using, and where my cutoffs were. So with time, you do learn it. It does stick in. And if it's not, then I would go to the portal just to see, because like I said, it is going to be the most accurate, up to date on the portal. A combination of both, depending on the product and depending on your width. Obviously, your longer your width, you're going to have a bigger tube, so that tube obviously is going to make that container slightly bigger. Obviously, if it's smaller but taller, you're going to have that combination. So it's a combination most of it. But around here, we're typically uh, very I think we're maybe 12 foot tall on most of them that I've been to. Pin, and that's a penthouse. You know what I mean? Might be a little bit bigger, but for the most part, that's about as tall, unless it's an entry doorway on a bigger home that they go in pretty tall. Um, so that's, just laying it out, not having this be, I would say, I'll be honest with you, 20, 22 years ago, maybe, that would have been very intimidating for me, this type of layout. Um, because you have it on both in and out. So this one had just kind of started in doing all this. So with time, obviously, you learn. With the mistakes, you learn. You know what I mean? And basically, you're putting a frame up. So as long as you can visually picture that and mathematically lay that out, for the most part, you're okay. You know what I mean? It's just sometimes it's intimidating on some of the layouts, because you're gonna need more things. You gotta have sometimes you might have to come back with a bigger with a post, for instance, because you're just not 100% accurate. You know what I mean? On or confident on how you did it. I typically, like I said, did layouts by myself. So typically, if I was thinking of taking a post out there for anything, I was first putting my good old trusty plumb bob on there. You know what I mean? And dropping it, marking it, and then from there I can bring out what dimension tube or what size tube I'll be using from my mark, and then I know, okay, instead of having to go and cut a 10-foot piece of anything, you know what I mean? That'll drop it right there and start laying out from there. And obviously, um, on big runs, lanais, on condominiums, stuff like that. You're typically will lay out your angles first and work your way out, so that you can take and have clearance on your ends, so you're not tight when you start going from one end, and you'll get all these little deviations. So by the time you get to the one end, you could be bigger an inch, or you could be smaller 2 inches, or what have you. So it's important you lay out angles first and then work from there. And again, it's knowing the size of your containers, also the size of your mullions in that case. So you have to now go back and refer to the drawings, um, look up your design pressures for those openings, and it'll dictate what type of structure you'll need. And then you're also additionally adding, if the condominium or or the client, or most times is the association wants to have you back that out a little bit, so they can get to rescreen to fix any type of screens if there's any damage. Um, so that now has added, it was a 8-foot ceiling, it's a 55, that's a 10-inch box. You have a 4-inch post now, that's 14 inches plus your 2 or 3, whatever they want you to draw that out. So then you're 17 inches away from your screen structure now. And then that's where you have to start laying out your stuff, so you know where you're at when your boys go to position your post, and start drilling, because nobody wants to drill and lay out mullions and then have to come in, take mullions out and re-drill and reset stuff. You know what I mean? So that's important uh, to know what you're doing there. Edge distances, at least for our roll down profiles, you have to take into account that we do not add anything for you. You are giving. We do if you choose opening, we're only adding what the profile is, our track. We're only going to add what that is to your dimension. And that's not necessarily going to get you what you need for your edge distance on your code, on your drawing. You know what I mean? For your design pressures and your region of where you're installing. You have to supply us that so that you're not getting a shutter that's going to be smaller than you thought it was going to be because you figured that we were going to add whatever we needed to add. We sell in the Caribbean, we sell South America, we sell the Eastern United States, the Gulf Coast. Um, so we are not going to um, now take the liability of telling you exactly what you need to drill and use. You know what I mean? All that is on the print. You know what I mean? You can go in there if you need help. Obviously, we're going to help you to decipher all that. Sometimes it's complicated, but if you've been doing it long enough, kind of easy. So that that's important that you know that on accordions, on roll down screens, on anything that your finished is should already have what your edge distance requirements are for anything. Say that one more time. Yeah, they're actually on the website for our and the links for our drawings for the products itself. Uh, so it's just you're following some charts in there. So basically, whatever profile is, you find that drawing five or the hurricane screen. The most important part of that is getting your design pressures for the job that you're working on, the job site. That's the most important one because that's once you get those, then you can go into the drawings and see exactly what you need. So there's a couple of places online that are doing it. Actually, one that's probably the most prominent one, that's Engineering Express. Uh, they're online. They're very good, a la carte for a lot of things. Down in Collier County, they're asking for a specific letter if you're going over, if the building's over 60 feet, you know what I mean? So he has it on there. Pick it, give him the information, pay with a credit card, sends it to you digitally signed, forward it to the municipality, and you're ready to go. Pressures as well. For they have several in there, but there's one in there for our stuff for hurricane protection. You can go on there, extensive drop down menu. You just fill out the fields, you know, address, the, the FL number for the product, and then it just AIs it and then spits you out all this numbers that you'll need for every opening because every opening needs to have its particular pressure. So it'll if you have 10 openings, all those 10 openings you go put it in there. It'll show you where it is located on your structure. If it's a corner, you know, if it's a 5 or for an end zone, or a 4 for an interior zone. It'll tell you how to decipher that. So some measurements that you just take of the building, and it'll give you what the percentage is that would be a end zone. Those will be built at a higher I won't say higher, but it could require a tighter screw spacing or different spacing or limit you on your widths on a zone 5 than it would on a zone 4. Since the zone 4 is interior, it'll allow you for a um, larger span in screw spacing as well. So that important. That so if any you would want to go in there and look at those drawings and kind of start, you know, looking at them, read them. Uh, they're pretty easy to follow. Like I said, the most important is getting that pressure. Find that pressure, find the product you're using, and then it's just all charts, and it brings you down to the type of bolt, the spacing of that bolt, the type of extrusions that you should be using if it's being built out or if it's a built-in. Built out is obviously on the face, and you're bumping it out this way. Built-in is if you're going wall, like this is a built-in here. Then my shutter would be here and over there. So this wall, this would be mounted here typically. This has a clip, but anyways. So those are all laid out on there. And most most plan review will look at what you submit, and if it's totally something that they haven't seen, they'll flag you and they'll send you a correction notice, and they'll send you a description of what they think is the issue, and then you need to come back to them and either rectify that or come back with your take on whatever you did, and see if you can convince them otherwise, or else you have to conform to whatever they ask. And typically, it's conforming to whatever they ask. You know what I mean? If you've dealt with them long enough. Um, so that's pretty much it on that. Um, I mean, I'm not sure. I was always leaving a job. For me, leaving a job was always, everything cocked, everything, no gaps anywhere. A combination of using uh, filler angles and maybe some coil material or what have you to make it look nicer. I mean, sometimes that is worth the additional extra that you pay in material to now stand out a little bit. You know, a lot of people just want to put shutters up on the ground on the wall and put your snap cover in or whatever and be done. You know what I mean? It works, but if you want to set yourself apart a little bit better there, you want to make those little bit adjustments. There's certain cases where, uh, like our hurricane screen doesn't have a snap cover yet, like our 55 does. So you got to put your hole plugs. So when you do that, you have your hole plugs, right? So typically, in my installations we would do back in the day, uh, when there wasn't a snap cover, even for the aluminum extrusions, I was putting a little trim angle over that, so to cover all those holes, makes it look nice, a little bit more. But again, separates you a little bit from everybody else. And I mean, when you're walking away, it looks a ton better. You know what I mean? So a lot of people, at least myself and everyone that I try to teach, I want them to have pride on what they do. I don't want them to kind of. It's not in my nature just to go and put something up and just say, "Hey, it is what it is," and walk away. Try to do it to the best it could be done. You know what I mean? So in that case, sometimes that little bit of extra is goes a long way. You know. So, accordions, like I said, on condominiums, floor to ceiling stuff. That's important on the type of tracker you're using. If you're using the two-piece system, or if you're using the walkover um, on the knives. Uh, Again, we don't do any deductions either. So if you give me a finished size for an accordion on a lanai, floor to ceiling, that's what I'm going to build that job to. Now, if you expected me to reduce that to make it fit, you know what I mean? Because obviously, if your opening is 96 inches, you know what I mean, and you send me 96 inches, you know, there could be a chance somewhere along there that that 96 inches is going to be too big. You know what I mean? So you always want to take off just a little bit to allow you some clearance. You know what I mean? And typically I take off about a quarter of an inch, probably as what I would do, depending on the installation. Sometimes um, you might not have enough adjustment on there that you have to take off more, since some lanais are pretty bad sometimes. Um, in that case, other options for track. Sometimes depending on which model you're using, there's an option for a track mounted to the wall. I mean to the floor, and then your ceiling header mounted to the face of that. So then, if you had an extreme level change in that angle, now is a 3-inch angle, even though it's a big angle, but we're sitting those on the perimeter of the lanai, so they're not. It's going to be up against their rails and stuff like that. So it's not going to be too much of an obstruction for them, where like it is for a sliding glass door rain guard that you got to come in and stub your toe, right? That's going to be way over there, so it's not too much of a problem. but it'll help you a lot on that particular case if you have really bad issues with leveling. So again, accordion is important that you make your final deductions on it and give us what your final will be, including your clearance that you gave us. There's a couple options on that. They got the flat center mate, which is a push button lock, which is very simple, flat tongue and groove type, slips in, push button, locks. That lock is just so that this does not pull apart in the event of storm. Um, the impact, obviously, is the tongue and groove situation in there is going to absorb that impact and not necessarily the lock. People think it's the lock but the lock is basically to not let it separate this way. Mortise lock, which is the commercial key, like you have on a storefront door. Um, and we'll see a couple examples out there. There might be some on the table when we walk out. Those are the more heavy duty box center mate. That one takes a little bit more room since the center mate's bigger. So then again, that's something that you as a dealer would have to see which is going to suit the build better. For whatever reason, some people don't want to see it, and if you need to get it nice compact, then your flat center mate option is going to be the best. If it doesn't matter, then probably most people will choose the mortise lock setup. And very simple, you just bring it together, turn the key, locks, you're ready to roll. The other one too, push it together, push the pin in, locks, and you're ready to go as well. So there's a couple options for build outs on that in case you do have a seal situation where you're doing an accordion now and you have to bring that out. There's it says 1 inch, but it's really more like 5/8 of an inch.
Yeah, why is that?
I don't know. I don't know why it's that way. Other
Eastern has a 1 inch or 2 inch,
and those
so you're
and those are 3/8, 1 inch, and 2 inch. That's the shutter I've worked with the most, so I'm very familiar with that one. On this particular one, I'm not sure, and I've been meaning to ask them why it's not that. I'm not sure if there's an actual profile, and it's just maybe it was a dye issue, and they just didn't.
I just figured they didn't want to have all in stock.
I would have avoided the one that they're calling 1 inch now and just did a 1 inch. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know exactly what happened there.
How about the floor track? I think they offer one that's the rounded floor track, but it's got to be ordered separately. I think painted separately. Now the floor tracks are more like a pointed type situation.
It is. It's more like it's mill finish, so it doesn't come in any colors. So it's not. Yeah, I mean, is any EMS is one that's out there that they have the only thing with that one is that you have to build that one out 1 inch if you're using that one. So ours, you don't necessarily have to. You can kind of put it a little bit tighter. But my problem with is the color, that it doesn't match the shutter.
Yeah.
And again, you don't have, if you're in a trap situation, you don't have much of any adjustment on that walkover track. So another thing you have to be careful when you're laying something out. Typically, if you want adjustment, you want to use your two-piece seal and adapter situation where you can give yourself some adjustment.
How much does that adjust?
I believe on that one, I think it's like 3/4. Don't quote me. Those around there.
It's fine. It's been for anywhere people can go up a long time.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, sometimes the step on the entrance to the home, the step is big enough that that's not a problem. You know what I mean? Right, you put it up against the slider, sometimes it's not a problem. So it all depends on laying out when you see your particular situations, what's going to work best for you with those products. So like I said, anytime there's a lot of adjustment, then I would not suggest the walkover.
in between.
Right.
Baseline, you don't have the issues.
Of course, yeah. You can play around with the measurements or with the shutter itself, you even it out, and then bam, you're done. You know what I mean? Instead of being restricted by your constraints of your floor and your ceiling. So that being said, there is the starter strip option, which I don't think a lot of people do the starter strip option. Everyone does the direct mount option, which is obviously easier because you're just drilling and mounting your top and bottom tracks. So those go faster. I always did starter strip since EMS didn't have at the time. They do have directs now, but they didn't have at the time, so it was a lot of starter strip, and it is a stronger installation starter strip, to be honest with you, but apparently it doesn't need it per engineering to be fully attached all the way around. Even with the direct mount, at a certain height requirement, you got to put a clip in there somewhere to now reinforce that. So there's still some bracing. So it does save time. So the guys do like it when they're out there doing that particular type. So let's see what else was on this one. So basically, if you're ordering from us, we're putting most everything together here. The only thing that you would be doing would be obviously dropping in your curtain strap hangers and attaching it to your tube and rolling it up. Screen, dropping your screen in, attaching it to the tube, so on and so forth. There shouldn't be anything other than you adjusting some limits and you programming your remotes. Again, we're human. We're not perfect. There's some things that do sometimes leave and are issues, out in the field. For probably your aluminum profiles, I think most lately had been just whether we're using unidirectional motors and bidirectional motors, and that's had been kind of an issue because you obviously have to include the proper remotes. So when we did the conversion to bidirectionals and unidirectional, having both, it was a bit of an issue, but that's now been taken care of. So you shouldn't have any of that happening. But a lot of the remotes that we have in-house now will operate both. It's just a matter of changing, and I'll show you a little bit later how we do that. But if there was any type of issue, of course, you would call, and I would, try to walk you through on the phone there. If it's something that we can get right away, if it's something that obviously has to be reworked, then depending on where you're situated, we would pick up. And then if you're too far, then typically we would just take your word for it and say it is an issue, remake and send out. And then we would like to get the products back because we would like to see what's happening and verify that it was a problem. And maybe it was a procedure here that we need to change or some material that we need to change. So that feedback is what we need to, even though.
I was just about to say that. I just did 2 of these a week ago.
Okay.
And they did not bolt to your plate whatsoever. Your plates were equidistant holes, and these were like 3 3/8 by 3 7/8. And so we completely had to field modify.
So which plate are you talking about?
The blue ones, the blue 11-inch. British blue.
Yeah, so those don't have
a bracket system.
Yeah, those don't have any holes.
No, the receiver that you bolted to it with the 4 bolts that all I need to do is pull the nuts off.
Right.
They did not align whatsoever. At all.
Yeah,
we called Frank. Yeah, Frank said you bolt them together out here in the shop. Though.
We do.
But
so it was pre-made, sent out with the motor not mounted to it.
No, the reel was separate. two of them I had real separate.
Right.
So when I bring, you have your idler, your pin.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
on the right side, or whatever side, but the motor side.
Yeah, yeah. I follow.
I should pull my 4 nuts and bolt lock washers, slide that on and put them back on.
You should.
That didn't work. That didn't work.
It was an override, just like
Yeah.
this one.
Yeah, 100%.
I'll have to check on that because I didn't hear about that one. Typically, I hear about them. Frank will let me know, and then I go back and find out, what happened. Because that would be the first one that I've heard of
Two of them on the same job.
that didn't fit.
Correct.
Okay.
We make them fit.
Right. By
I
re-drilling.
had to rotate, because
And
obviously I couldn't keep that.
That's something else that's I'll find out what happened in there, and we usually keep good records of everything, all the jobs. We photograph when they're going to deliver it and stuff like that. There might have been, I'm not sure what time period it was. There was a guy that one of actually it's the gentleman who does the layouts for the end caps and the brackets, had a medical emergency and was out. So was that far down
Well, we just installed it, but we got the delivery
in August?
They were built like in August, but
No, well, no, that was not that far back. So, anyways, I'll have to look to see what happened in that one. Unless it was a different style, I'll find out. Yeah,
because I've done one of yours before and it bolted right up.
It should.
I was like, oh, this is great.
it should, because most times they're bolting it on there.
But
And
they did not whatsoever.
yeah, okay, I'll find out, track that down. But those instances, those are obviously are an issue for you, right? They're an issue for us, but resolvable, on site, since you don't have to bring out, you want to get done. You know what I mean? There's certain things that you can do out there to get it completed and done, and then we will obviously give me that feedback so that I can have it rectified here, so you're not wasting that additional time and labor out there, because obviously that's we should already have had that done, and you shouldn't have had to mess around with that. So I did not get that information from Frank, but I will touch base with him so that he gives me that job number, and then I could go through the system and we'll track it down.
Another thing I would suggest is, because from your housing to your plate, there's roughly 1/4 to 3/8 of an inch.
Mhm.
So if you could put that bolt through, put a nut on it, then put that blue plate to it. That way, when you take off your nuts and lock washers, you don't have 4 bolts moving while you're trying to put that on.
Yeah, typically, you're saying mounting it through the cap already because you're using the cap?
Yep.
Yeah, I think we're doing that, throwing it through there, and
That's
then,
how it was in countersunk and all that.
yeah. That's not how it was?
That's how it was, but it didn't line up
But
whatsoever.
you
Okay.
have to take that apart to put the motor on.
Right. Well,
If you had that nutted already, then you just had to slide that over and then put another nut on. You wouldn't have to.
And then your 4 bolts wouldn't be doing whatever as you're trying to slide.
246 inches.
Yeah, 246 by 12.
Right.
Trap. You can't hold those bolts in because I can't get my hand in there.
Right.
But if you put a first nut on there, then the plate, then the lock washer and nut, all that would stay true.
I see. So you're locking in the bolt first, and then sliding in the pole, and then putting in your other deal. And it's only 1/4 of an inch.
It was one thing when I had, a foot on the side, I could manipulate those bolts, but when you're trapped right to the wall, you're SOL.
Yeah. I have to look at that. And I didn't really have that particular issue because that at the time that we were doing what we were doing back in the day, my crews were young, and they were.
You talking about us being old?
No, just it was I never split a row. And I built all my boxes all encapsulated, everything all as one unit. So they were muscling it in position, and they were muscling and putting in and dropping curtains into position because they didn't want to do the additional work or even have the possibility of damaging when they're sliding together and re-rolling, refastening to re-drop, you know what I mean? And also having to now install a box, now come back and put a tube, you know what I mean? And I'm talking, I wasn't doing these brackets like we do here. I was custom welding 1/4 inch or a 3-inch plate, and making my end cap be my bracket. You know what I mean? So I was adding a lot more weight as well, and using 100 millimeter tubes and stuff like that. So it was just for them at that period of time. It was easier for them to do it now. Now they want to split, 3 rows and everything, not self-contained. But I'll take a look at that and make sure that we will look and see what we can modify that so that I understand. You bolts are wiggling all over the place. You're trying to line up these brackets in there, and then they're and it's heavy, of course. So that's a good one. I will make sure that I get.
We look at it out there together or whatever.
Yeah, if there's some setup out there, I'm not sure if they're doing any of those. They might have some out there that we can see. So yeah, that was a good one. So like I said, quality control, we try to get as much of it here so that you don't have an issue out there. This one I'll follow through and see what happened on that one. All the hardware and stuff, we don't supply you with installation hardware per se, like Tapcons and stuff like that, but we do supply you with all the little nuts and bolts that you'll need for any type of fitting. That would be ours, any type of motor. When you purchase a motor for us, all that would be kitted, and it will have everything in the box, so you won't need to scrounge around. But it's always a good idea to always have a couple extra things, you know what I mean? A couple extra remotes so that you're not stuck on a job, trying to get paid, your additional $15,000 that they're holding, you know what I mean? Because you're missing a remote, you know what I mean? It's always better to have a couple on hand. And I always would try to save even older parts sometimes from something you've taken out, just because sometimes it's easier to repair something if you needed that one part than it is to repair it in another way where you're taking more apart or just changing out the whole entire guts, unless it's advantageous for you just to rip it out and put a new one in, you know what I mean? So sometimes it's a good idea to save those old parts here and there, or at least the service text. It'd be a good thing for you to do that. Materials, basically, like I said, we will have aramid later on, but polypropylene is what the screen is. Actually, the bug screens are your standard fiberglass insect screen plus your solar screens, which is either Pfeiffer or Twitchell or something like that. And there's an extensive catalog that's there with all those, so that you could choose pretty much the whole gamut of shades and colors for that, at least. But Hurricane is basically just your black and tan, your white and tan, your black and white, and your black. So those are the only ones that you have. Lighter colors, obviously, you want to probably use on a area where you're not going to have a lot of exposure, since the lighter colors don't have as much UV as the darker ones. So anytime you have one that's going to be exposed, you want to go darker. For the most part, most people are leaning towards your black and tan, which is that one there. Excuse me?
Has a lot to do with warranty.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So that's black and tan, what we have in the back there. And then
Why is the white warranty so different? Why is the warranty on the white so different?
why are they so different? Because of the white fiber in there. You can't put UV inhibitors in that as much, because then they tend to yellow.
Just making sure, because we've already been asked, so.
Yeah.
I thought so, just making sure.
Yeah. So darker colors are the best when you're using that product. True. I've never had too much. I don't think I've had any issues with any mold or anything like that in any of the colors. White probably, but this particular one was always on the shady side of things, and sprinklered, and then rolled up and just left. You know what I mean? And then that one was pretty bad. But for the most part, most people are using it constantly up, down, And even when if it rains, they're putting it down and then they're raising it after they dry or what have you. So I've never had any issues with that. But you don't want to have another one for the dealers to they like to pressure wash and stuff, their lanais, and they like to use a lot of bleach. People like to use a lot of bleach. That's something that you kind of have to mention to the clients, that when they do that, to minimize that, because guys are spraying the crap out of everything. It's getting in the rails. It's getting in. It settles at the bottom. It sits there. Depending on how often this happens, you and we leave a raw edge there if we cut or trim. You know what I mean? So then that becomes aesthetically an eyesore later on, because then it starts to corrode your powder finish and your aluminum, the chlorination, and then it takes a little bit, but eventually you'll have it. And it depends on how much you're using and how often they do it. And then they're going to come back and they're probably going to want a warranty issue. You know what I mean? And in reality, it was probably something they could have avoided altogether by just doing something different in that case. But again, that's something that we're not going to warranty. So then either you combat it out there or you're at the loss. You know what I mean? So that's one thing I get a lot on the single family homes is that, and it's just at the bottom. So if they can, sometimes we could put a piece of flashing in there or metal, something to kind of cover that. You know what I mean? And then obviously adjust what they're doing, their cleaning methods, and then obviously it'll functionality of it. I mean, it probably will never be an issue. It's mainly aesthetics. The paint starts to peel off and it'll look like crap eventually. Any other questions?
I have a question about the warranty. It's prorated. That part is confusing.
Yeah.
10-year warranty, but it's not, right?
It.
Because people, I saw a lot of failures with the screen after the hurricanes where people were not educated and using it as a shade. And they blew out, every single one of them was blew out and ripped down the stands.
What area?
It was
What area?
here on the park.
Whose product was it?
I'm not going to say it was yours. I don't know if it was Storm Smart or.
No, it wouldn't have been ours, because the reason why I say that is because at that time when those storms rolled through here, there was one screen that we did out of a courtesy to the dealer that was damaged during those storms, but only because the screen enclosure failed and there was a large structure that was like a pendulum. And if you remember that storm, the duration was quite long. So it penetrated the screen. That's what I'm saying. So we did not have any come back that we needed to repair or even remake, because they were pulled apart during all those storms that when I was working here. Yeah. Ours, I don't think ours is prorated. I'll find out for sure, but I'll let you know a little bit later. But I believe it's just straight warranty. I think the lighter color is a little bit less, but I believe it's just a straight 10 on it, and I don't believe it's prorated, but I'll find out.
Yeah.
The material's 10 years, right, on the dark colors?
I believe so, yes. 5 years on the lighter ones, yeah. 5 years on the motor as well. Yeah.
I think it's 1 year for the light color.
Could be, yeah. So I was about to correct myself, but I'll find out for sure later on, and I'll let y'all know. Yeah, but like I said, we didn't have to repair any or remake any that degloved, I would say, that the screen and retention separated. There was not one.
I've seen a crap on the storm stuff apart.
I've seen a lot of the other ones as well. A lot of the aramid, you know what I mean? So either they were installed in the right spots here and there and didn't take,
Makes a difference too sometimes.
It could have been, but like I said, in all honesty, we didn't have a lot of that come back. And what we did it out of courtesy, because obviously we value the dealer, and we don't want to keep them out in the lurch, and the customer too at that point is asking, they're vulnerable, their shutter is not intact, they're not safe per se, so obviously we want to get them back to being right, and of course that's through you, the dealer.
So just to be clear,
Mhm.
the hurricane material is not made for shade, right?
um It's not, because it's not a shade material per se, like your solar screens are. You know what I mean? Those materials are different. Um, a lot of them do have the disclaimer on there that they should be used just in the event of a hurricane, um, because again, Florida is a sun and weather is extreme, and it does react with the materials. So that is probably again, manage expectations for the client, and also giving it to them straight. You know what I mean? And that's every product out there. There's none that is going to be 100%. You know, it's not going to be degraded by the environment.
So if we can pause you for just a little bit, I wanted to introduce you all to the Regions Bank team. We have Amber and we have Hayden here, and they are here to give you a short presentation about the financing programs that we offer so that you can offer financing to your clients. And then they're going to be available during our lunch break if you all want to have any one-on-one conversations and any other questions for them.
Go ahead. Excuse me.
I can help you.
Let's see these guys out here. I'm gonna go get that warranty information, actually.
Excuse me?
Yes, sir.
Here, I'll talk to you.
Yeah.
So we have like a few shutters at like a restaurant, and like one of them like got like really bent from like a storm.
Okay.
I was gonna offer him like a post that he can remove.
Okay.
Do you guys make like brackets that'll slide on, or posts that'll slide on to like a bracket?
We
And then I
don't.
could just throw like a cotter pin through the top, so you know what I mean? So then he just got to pull a cotter pin. He can pull the whole post out.
Yeah. So
Because they got like bricks like this. So I was saying if I could just pull the brick out, you know what I mean? When they do want the post, they could just pull the brick out, slide the
what's up
post,
here?
another bracket. Oh, up here?
Yeah,
They
where
have a-
you would be attaching this bracket to.
They
Is
have a
there a?
drop down ceiling, so I was going to attach it to like one of the like actual posts holding the
Because
roof in place.
they have can you borrow that 1 second? They have a post. So this is what type of post? What size
They don't
post?
have any posts.
You're gonna give them the post.
Yeah,
Right?
they just have.
So they have a 2x2s. They have 2x3s.
Or no, they just have the single slat storm shutter.
And you want to put a bar in there, right?
Yeah, like this.
To a storm bar to make it too smaller.
Yeah, but
right?
removable.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
So-
they don't gotta unscrew it or anything. I was thinking if they just slide it on the bottom bracket.
Yeah, I
they
got
can't
something
move forward or
easier
backwards.
there. So you get a post, either a 2x2, 2x3, and then you they have. We don't have them, but we can get them. They got the spring loaded, large PVC and rod. PVC chunk here, rod, and then rod that extends out. So it's spring loaded. So you push it in and you push it down.
Oh,
You know what I
so
mean? So all you would have to have is
so they don't have to put
holes,
any cotter pins.
holes on the bottom, and then something at the top, either an angle or a post with those same size holes that would feed in, push up, drop, and let it release.
You got like and all they have to do to remove that because it's a restaurant.
Push up,
they can't have like the post there
push up,
constantly.
pull out, and take it away.
Okay.
I might have some pictures somewhere.
higher interest rates, like refinancing with homes and stuff like that. A lot of contractors are used to their homeowners getting financing that way. This is a good alternate because we are unsecured loans, so there's no liens, there's no anything like that where if your customer misses a payment, anything like that, that is completely between customers and the bank. So we don't come back to you for payment, and this is completely on your customer. You are just the one offering the financing. So on your end, very, no risk. And then with us and the customer, it's completely between us and them. And again, they're personal unsecured loans. So it's not like a HELOC where they're, taking out of their equity on the home, anything like that. And then obviously having those poor interest rates that people have right now where people are wanting to touch that interest rate if they got it when it was pretty good. So.
All right, and then like I mentioned, homeowners, and we looked in the Florida area just because we know a lot of the AH companies are in Florida, but they're increasingly focusing on maintenance, essential repairs over major renovations, just because of the cost, everything is increasing in cost. And then also the Florida aging housing, so a lot of the homes are becoming older out here. So the demand for repair and upgrades is pretty essential. So it's basically home improvement is booming out here in Florida. Same as cash loans are great for projects that are paid through insurance companies. Many insurers are now offering discounts or premiums to homeowners who do like improvements that reduce the risk against weather hazard, which I know a lot of you do. And the insurance costs are continuing to rise. The insurance companies are getting harder to work with. Claim processing are the highest now than they've been ever in the last couple decades. So dealing with insurance companies can be a pain for your customers. You have a same as cash option. They can basically get the project done now rather than waiting for the insurance claim to come through, approve everything. Use the same as cash funds to pay you for the job, and then when the funds from the insurance come through, they are able to pay it off with no interest.
And same as cash loans, so these are no interest, no payment, essentially. For insurance specifically, we've been working with a lot of restoration contractors lately because insurance, we know, they're not paying out as much and they're slower in paying you guys. So you guys are just delayed waiting on that. They've approved, but they're not sending out the check. And so a lot of the restoration contractors, they're even using just a really small 90-day, no interest, no payment. This allows you to go out, buy the projects, get the project done, and then the customer can pay it off within that really small time frame, that 90-day period, with absolutely no interest, and there's no prepayment penalties, there's nothing like that, so they can pay it off at the same price that it would have been. So those are very popular when it comes to those insurance jobs where you are just stuck waiting on insurance to pay you, but this allows you to move forward without the need of insurance sending that check in.
So what does that cost us?
That's a very small cost. It's about 2.9%. It's about the same as a credit card. So we try to keep that one. The 9-month or the 90-day same as cash is our cheapest one, I would say. This is one where, it's not even on our presentations because we didn't know it was popular until restoration contractors started saying, hey, insurance kind of sucks right now. We're not getting what we used to get where they used to pay faster, and apparently there's some new laws out there that are only going to make this worse, not better, where they're going to have to keep on delaying how long that actually takes. It's approved, which is why they do it. They don't do it before it's actually approved because they don't want to risk that it takes longer than that time frame. But that 3-month time frame or so has been giving them that lenience. We also have like a 6-month same as cash where it's, I believe it's only another % more expensive to use that one. But essentially those kind of loans, if we're talking about insurance, we have some other loans that are not the insurance ones, I would say, that we'll talk about. But when it comes to insurance, those really short-term loans have been very popular.
So yeah, the point of our presentation is really customers need financing, so you should be offering it, but what are you gonna get out of it as well? You wanna make sure that you're profitable with what you're offering your customers. If you're not offering financing, you're basically falling behind the competition. You wanna make sure that you have everything in your toolbox to be able to compete with what's out there. Financing is becoming more relevant. The younger generation expects financing. You can finance a couch. You can even finance groceries, DoorDash. Like everything is financed in this day and age. So if you're not offering it, you should be. Okay. So these are some of the benefits that you can see in the AHT program. One of the great benefits with working with us in the AHT group is we pay you directly. When a customer gets approved through the loan, we do not pay the customer. So basically, when they apply with us for you, they are tied to you to do the job. They can't take our funds and shop around and use it for somebody else. So when you sign up with us, we basically get your bank account on file. We ACH funds directly into your account. We also can pay you within 24 hours. When you request the funds, you see that the next day in your account. We also have high approval rates. Oh, yes.
Do you have to have a Regions account to use this service?
Nope, you sure don't. You just have to have your bank account on file through the home improvement sector. So we would do that with you when you sign up. In the AHT program for 2025, we saw 82% approval rate. So high approval rates, lots of customers are getting qualified. We're also working on partnering with a second book partner right now. We'll be able to actually finance customers a little bit lower credit scores than what we do now. We're hoping the end of Q1 or beginning Q2, it's gonna be ready. It's been a long time coming, so we're really excited for that. Also, payment options are statistically proven to help boost close rates, help eliminate the discounting, and reduce cancellations. Also, homeowners who use financing opt to do bigger projects, more expensive materials. They say yes now. So growing your average project size when you're offering financing consistently definitely will also boost your revenue there. Homeowners are willing to pay higher prices when they're offered flexible, convenient, and attractive loan options, which you get all of that in the AHT program. A lot of the time we see objections that I get from contractors are, our customers just pay cash. They don't need the financing. They have money. They're offended if we ask them if they need financing. A lot of those objections that we get. However, when we did studies, convenience is actually the #1 reason why customers use the financing. It's not necessarily because they need the financing. So that excuse doesn't really fly anymore. Like I said, customers expect it now. Even if they have the cash on hand, same as cash loans. They want it. They don't want to dip into their savings right away. They want to be able to pay it off in their own time, and they'll still avoid the interest as well. Okay. Consumers prefer to pick the terms that fit their financial goals from a variety of products, including deferred interest plans, equal payment plans, low interest rate plans, revolving products, and installment loans. We recommend when you sign up with us, we recommend you offer at least one same as cash option and one monthly payment option. You don't have to give your customers 50 different options to choose from. Make it simple. The easier, the better. And same with our processes. Our processes are simple. We want to make sure that you are catering to those customers that do like to pay cash, same as cash loans. Like we said, we have the short 90-day ones. We also have same as cash that go up to 24 months as well. We have low monthly payment options. Low monthly payment options that allow you to do longer terms. Customers like that prefer a lower monthly payment rather than saying, hey, your project's going to be $15,000. You can say, well, it's going to be about $250 a month. How's that sound? So make sure you're offering both options. Make sure you're catering to all types of customers and become payment neutral. Okay. And as you know, the cost of doing nothing, materials drop, everything's increasing in price. Customers are not saving enough to outpace inflation, basically. So when you have come up against a customer who says, oh, I just can't afford that right now, maybe we'll look at doing this, 6 months from now or maybe next year. How often do you do that? All the time. So yeah, how do you combat that? You're either going to discount their job or you're going to cut the scope of the project so it's not as expensive, or you're going to lose the sale. However, if they say, hey, we'll do this next year, the cost is going to be more next year. So there's a good chance they're not going to be able to afford it next year either. So you want to make sure that these options are available. You can have them say yes now rather than waiting.
And one of the biggest things that we're seeing that customers they're smarter than they've ever been, but they're still 2 or 3 years behind. They have the ability to look up what it should cost, but they're 2021 prices. They're not looking at what it actually costs. So they have this number in their head of, okay, they're going to come out, they're going to give me an estimate, it's going to be right here. You guys are going to be about 5,000 to 10,000 more than what they think, and that's a large amount. But when you have financing available, one, we will put the web buttons on your website so customers can get pre-qualified directly from your website before they even call you. I've been looking to get my basement refinished. I was looking for people that have it on their website so I know what my option is. Now that's obviously because I work at a bank, so I know my end where I'm like, okay, I know what this is, I might want to use it. But it's something where it can, A, help customers want to reach out to you, but B, just helping them keep in mind, oh, that 5,000 to 10,000, that is a lot today, but let's just finance that 5,000 to 10,000 extra, and it's $150 a month, or I'll do a 12-month thing as cash. I can pay it off within the next 10 months. It's a little bit more than what I have in savings right now, again, the biggest thing is it gets them on your schedule today. Because if you delay it, the project costs are going to go up, and the next time they reach out to you, they're going to be delayed again because of the same objection that they have.
So like I said earlier before, statistically, payment options, when you follow best practices and consistently offer, you will see an increase in leads. Customers are out there, like you said, searching for payment options. So if you're not marketing that you have payment options, you're losing out on a whole demographic of customer who specifically want or need that. It can help boost close rates. Customers can say yes now, and growing your average project size as well can help you increase that revenue. Okay. 71% of borrowers say contractor financing made them more likely to move forward with their project. 94% of borrowers who were approved through us did end up completing the loan and continuing with the job, so less cancellations. And 19% of borrowers did say they could start their project earlier than expected because of the contractor-provided options. So, does anyone here think that these benefits might persuade you to possibly want to look into financing options? See some head nods, maybe some still not sure. Those who are not sure, come talk to us after. So we've been working with AHT for over a year now, and Sam has been using it with the AHT shutter services. And this is a quote that we got directly from him. So it means more coming from someone who's using it versus me or Hayden telling you to use it, because that's our job, to tell you to do that. So, offering AHT home improvement project financing powered by Regions has been a total game changer for my business. My customers love how easy and fast the process is, no hassle, and it's helped more of our customers say yes on the spot. We've seen a clear boost in sales and larger project sizes since we started using it. It's also taken a ton of pressure off of us as dealers since we're not on the hook financially. AHT approves us for the program, and that's it. Honestly, it's been one of the best tools AHT has given us to grow and close more deals. So, I don't know if Sam is around, but
yeah, no, he's not available. But I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, it helped us to sell in 2025 over $800,000 worth of jobs. And so the program is definitely beneficial for our retail branch, and it's something that we highly encourage you all to look into for your own businesses. It can increase the number of sales that you all do, and it increases it by like 10%. It makes it's a big deal.
Perfect. And like we said, we're here for the next little bit. Our flight doesn't leave till tomorrow, so we're around all day. So if you want to come talk with us, if you're interested, the sign-up process is super simple. It is free to sign up. We do have a free loan option that you're able to offer. So if you don't use financing because of the cost, we have a free option. But we also can talk to you about the pricing, the fees, how to build it in to make sure that it's affordable for you, as well as making sure that you get, you see revenue increase. We don't want this to be something that you're gonna hate using because it's costing you money. So we can get you scheduled for, basically we'll send you sign up information, which is basically just giving us your bank account information, get you in our system. And then we do a training. The training's about 45 minutes, talks about best practices, suggestions when and how to offer it, all those things. And that training is ongoing too. So if you can't have your whole team there, we can train the rest of the sales team at another time. Or 6 months from now, you've hired a couple new people, we can train them then. It is ongoing support with our company when you work with us. And the sign-up process is super, super simple, as well as the ease of use of getting funded, getting payments. We walk you through how to do all of that, as well as making suggestions on, types of loans that we see are popular. Make sure that everything is directly for your specific business. So, here's my contact information. I also have some cards, and we have a sample marketing flyer. When you sign up with us, we can get you flyers that have your company's information. Scan the QR code, it takes the customer to the application, and they comply super fast, simple. The application takes about 5 minutes. So yeah, if you want to take some of these flyers and my card, reach out to me. We definitely love to talk with you and see about getting you signed up. Does anyone have any questions, concerns now?
What is the payment structure for the financing? Like, is it deposit and then first custom payments?
Yeah, that's a good question. So with our payment options in the AHT program, you get up to 5 draws per job. You can take up to 50% of the total approved loan amount on the first draw. So deposit, customer, you need to order materials, you take 50%. You can take 4 more draws after that. Many of you don't need to use 4 draws or 5 draws. So you can kind of do it the way, you want to make sure that it's the same as if you were doing cash. If you do 50-50, you could do it that way. A lot of people will do a 50-40-10, 10% at job completion. You can do that. We just ask that you have to leave at least 10% of the funds until job completion, customer satisfaction. So.
And who determines job completion? Is that when the inspection passes, or when
It's whatever you and your customer have in your contract now, just keep it the exact same. So essentially, whatever you would qualify as completed, just keep that at the exact same. Nothing should change really in your process other than your cash flow should become a bit faster because we pay you directly to your bank. But in terms of like your contracts, anything like that, keep whatever it is the exact same. They're just using financing to pay instead of cash or check. So whatever it is now, keep that the same because we can work with any way that is. We don't require you to send in like documentation of proof being it done or anything like that. We have a quality assurance team that will like call customers. Not every customer, I believe it's in the beginning, it's like 3 out of the first 5, just to make sure that it was done right, things look good, things like that. And if it's not, then we'll give you a call. But other than that, there's no like hassle on our end of showing that job's been completed. It's just trust that it's between you and your customer.
Yep. We have a portal that you just go and click request funds and you put in the amount you need and we ACH that to you. So yeah, pretty simple. We do text the customer, let them know that we're gonna pay you. So that way the customer is aware that it's happening. We don't do anything without the customer knowing, obviously. But you got a question?
What's the average term length on these loans?
So it kind of depends on, your market, honestly, and, what your average job sizes are. The 12-month same as cash is probably by far the most utilized loan within our bank, just because the 12-month same as cash is popular with consumers. However, if you have larger job sizes, the 9.99% 5-year loan is probably the next most popular for those big, larger jobs, just because 9.99% is still less than the average that customers can get at a credit union, which the average is about 12% right now. So 9.99% is still pretty aggressive, but they have a longer term, 5 years, but they can go all up to 12 years.
What was the interest on the 12-month?
The 12-month same as cash.
Yeah.
Interest rates for same as cash loans are at 19.99%, but that is waived if they pay it off within the same as cash period, so then they're not charged any of that.
And what's the fee to us?
The 12-month same as cash, the fee is about 6.25%. And the 5-year loan, I think, is at 3%.
And if they do the 5-year, is there a fee to us or?
Yeah, like 3%. And if you want, we have your fees, so the AHT fees. So if you want to come talk to me and see a rate sheet, we can get that over to you. We can show you what those are. And like I said, we talked to you in our trainings about the pricing, how to build it in, suggestions of what we see other companies do to make sure that it's not hurting your margins.
Is there a max job size or max draw size that you guys notice?
So the max approval amount is $75,000 in this
For the
program.
job?
Yes. Yep. And then if your customer gets approved for that and you need 50% up, you can take 50% of that. So just
On
the
first disbursement.
Yep, on the first draw.
So, thank you so much, Amber and Hayden. We're gonna take a 5-minute break, just a short break, bathroom break, grab something to drink, also an opportunity to talk to Amber and Hayden one-on-one, but they are here the rest of the day and we have an office for them. So if you have any specific questions to your business, you can have a seat with them in the office and ask away. Even if you wanted to sign up today, I think that's a possibility, so. Yeah, so let's do a 5-minute break, no more than 5 minutes, and then we can all come back, and we're gonna have Shannon from Rubicon Flood Barrier do this presentation. Thanks. Yeah, the table
Yeah, that one.
We have the stamp required by points of
I got a couple questions. I work at I work at Cardia.
So right now,
I just want to understand.
get this loan because they're working with you, but the loan is only personal, so there's no liens. That's the unfortunate part of it being, so unsecured loans, obviously better because customers don't have to worry about the liens, that side of things. That's a lot of getting more. But the bad part is we can't have any control over the actual project other than just saying, you know, your contractor's requesting funds, they're saying that the work is done, you're saying that it's this very small crack, you should still release funds. Our team is very prepared to be able to talk to them, but at the end of the day, if they say no, and it moves to no, then it's really between you and your customer and saying, okay, well, if you're not gonna use financing, you have to be able to pay it. So just making sure that's written in your contract, just to give you guys some hope though, because I know that's not like, we don't have as much control over that. Over the last year, 98% of our customers say yes on that first attempt or just don't say anything at all, so it's approved within 24 hours. The last 2%, the majority of those, they're saying no because they thought it was spam text. So when we get on the phone, they're saying yes. When contractors, there is that mindset of, oh, we're gonna start working with more not great customers. Good chance those customers don't have a good credit score anyways. Good chance that we can't work with those customers either. So I wouldn't worry about you having, if a customer already is going to be edgy on how they pay, it's probably safe to assume you guys aren't the first they're paying that to, so they probably don't have a great credit score. Our credit score minimum right now is 660, which they do need to have a decent score. So, I mean, I believe our average is 760 across all of our industries, which, I mean, that's across the entire country, that's a pretty high average credit score.
What's the average yes rate on the subsequent payments, not the first contract?
Oh, very high. So as soon as that first one, like I don't have the exact data, but overall, they're not saying no unless there's something legitimately wrong or they thought it was spam and then we just call them and they're like, oh yeah, okay, release funds. When we call them, they can tell us, yes, release funds and we don't need you to, you know, submit it again.
If I get your email, could you find out those stats for the subsequent?
I can-
That's not the problem one.
Yeah.
The first one's not the problem one.
It's
It's the after we do the job and they wonder that's the problem one, and that's why I don't know.
I can reach out to our funding team. I don't know how deep they go into
Whatever
the stats,
statistics
but
you
I
have
can
would
reach
be
out to them.
The other thing
Yeah.
is, our jobs, right, especially in like Central Florida area, where there's more Florida people are from, transport, you might take a deposit down to a signed contract, but the job might not start so you're saying that when you take the deposit down, their payment term starts on that.
On that, yes.
So if it's same as cash, you have a 12-month term, it's 6 months that 12 will be exhausted even though they've only drawn
Yes, that's correct. So it starts from that first payment to you guys. So essentially, once the payment hits your account, is when that, for a same as cash example, is when that same as cash thing starts.
So for those situations, like you just said, the job might not be starting for about 6 months. What we recommend is we tell the customer, hey, we pay some cash upfront for the deposit and then finance the rest. So that way you can use cash, not finance that portion. And then when it's closer to starting the job, then you can start paying. When the customer gets approved, the application goes for 6 months. So if it goes longer than that, they either have to reapply or we can look at doing extensions.
Are there any application fees or anything
No.
for the customer?
Nope.
Okay, and then, so if we do like, let's say 50, 30, 20, if it's a $10,000 job, if they, it's 5K up front, 3K and 2K, is it 3 loans, so say it's like 60 months. So is it 60 months from the 5K release, 60 months from the 3K release, 60 months from the 2K release?
No, essentially, so let's say it's like a longer term loan, like that 5 year. From that first one, they'll have like it won't be their full monthly payment that they're required to pay. It'll be typically it's about a $50 payment that they pay during that time frame from
No
where.
matter the size of the job, it's just $50.
Yeah, usually it's about $50. If it's over 10,000, I think it goes up to 100. So $50 to $100, but 100 is the most the monthly payment is. Until the job is hit complete, and then we'll go because oftentimes your customers will be approved for more than what they actually need.
Okay.
So the monthly payment will go down based on what you're actually paying. So
they're paying the monthly payment even though they're gonna say yes to 50% on the whole balance. 2.8 years or 2 years 8 months?
2 years, 8 months. Most of these that I send you are more just going to be written because our marketing team doesn't make presentation material for these, but
I'm super chill
I
about
can
that.
definitely write these down for you so you have them. But yeah, so there's no prepayment penalties for customers. There's no activation fees. There's no fees on there. It's literally just if they're paying interest, they're paying interest. Otherwise, it's completely based off.
What's the interest rate right now on just the low monthly payment one?
9.99.
Like doesn't matter if it's fixed, it's 9.99.
Yep, as long as they can get qualified by our minimum credit standards, it'll be 9.99. You have one.
We do have counter offers, so if they apply for the 9.99 and like their credit doesn't qualify necessarily for that, it'll counter offer a higher interest rate rather than just end up paying them.
Is that below 660 credit score? Or
It's like
Not yet.
660 to 699.
so no one below 660.
Right now.
Right.
Hopefully we get that second partner and then we'll go down to like 5%.
What's SAC again? Yeah, so can you walk me through that?
Yeah, that's essentially no interest, no payments.
Yeah, for
I
like the
appreciate
first
you
year.
answering my questions.
And we can go more if you want to. So yeah, we're in an office over there.
Okay. Well,
Well, we were Bank USA, which was based in Salt Lake, and then Regions Bank. So we're Regions employees, not Regions branch.
I'd rather have a shutter over a window than impact glass because of who's coming.
I have these here available. I don't know if it's.
Oh, cool. So no one's had these yet?
No, not yet, not yet. The ones we've been giving is the other one that you had, just giving the information, and we put those on our sample boxes. But the installation guides, we only do once there's definite interest that they can install.
We'll just let them know there's some up here.
Yeah.
Are we ready to just get started when we have works to do?
Yep, you're ready now. I'll make sure that we close the door.
Morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. There's a lot of excitement about Rubicon flood barriers. Maybe a little bit of excitement. My name's Shannon Spearing. This is Pedro Diaz. He's our installation manager. We're just going to sort of give you an overview about our product. This should in that little pouch have 5 documents. So the first one is just talks about Rubicon and why would you want to use the Rubicon flood protection system. Second one talks about the suitability of a product. Now obviously flood panels aren't going to be suitable for every single home or business out there. You really have to look at what's going on with the structure and you're going to need to have concrete footers, and we'll go through that document in a little bit of detail in just a minute. The third document is how to measure a space for the inside mount versus outside mount. Pretty simple, but slightly different measurements. So we'll talk about that very briefly, and then we'll demonstrate that outside. We've got the fifth document here. Sorry, that's the fourth document. The step-by-step installation instructions. So we're going to demonstrate today how to install the system, but this is sort of a good reference document for you to take back, and if you forget about something that we show you today, you can look at this, and if this still doesn't explain how to do it, then you can give us a call. I don't have, oh, there might, I'm sorry, Gary. And then the fifth document, the one that's been laminated, this system obviously, once you get across certain spans and it's varying heights, it does need a center post. So this is a quick guide document. If you're doing a measurement, it will tell you exactly when you need to put a center post in. So I'll talk about that in a bit more detail shortly. So just starting off with Rubicon and a little bit about our points of differentiation and why you'd want to work with us. Flood protection, we just had this conversation as I walked in the room, you know, how waterproof is the product? None of these flood protection systems are going to keep 100% water out, right? You guys, I'm sure most of you understand water, it's a beach. It's going to find its way through tiny little voids. You can't even see some of the cracks and the voids in a concrete base, but water's going to find its way. So installation is absolutely everything in terms of minimising the the water that gets past the barriers. We have a system in our warehouse. It's a metal structure, so it's not ideal for mounting posts to it because it flexes a little bit. But just to give you an idea, it's 3 foot high, 3 foot wide, 3 foot deep, and we're getting about 5 gallons of water to escape that thing when it's fully filled. So in about 24 hours. So understand, as that water falls, there's less pressure in the bottom of that container and much less water. So if someone's getting 3 or 4 inches of water and you're getting a flood and there's 3 or 4 inches of water, it's unlikely any of that water will get past the panels. But once you get, once water builds up, everyone's heard that word, I'm sure, hydrostatic pressure. It's got a load. It's got a bunch of weight sitting on it. The bottom of the water is going to try and find its way through the system, and it absolutely does. So installation is everything. Like, I know you guys are in the world of aluminum, and I'm sure you're all really good at trade, but this is critical. It's critical this is done properly, because if you don't silicon this thing properly, you can't afford to miss gaps and leave voids. The water's going to get in the house, and you're going to find out about it after it's done. So just wanted to touch on that. So Rubicon, one of the big advantages, so you're starting to see a lot of, this is a relatively new product in the US. I mean, you're starting to see a lot of players, a lot of small companies and products out there. Our big advantage is that when we entered this market, we wanted to make sure that if we sold this to a customer or a homeowner or even a business, a commercial site, we wanted to make sure that we could put our stamp on it and say, look, this product works. So we engaged with an engineering firm out of North Carolina, and we asked them to help us determine proper thicknesses of the panels, proper thicknesses of the posts, help us with the rubber seals, to run all sorts of simulations, so that if we install the system up to 5 foot high and that customer gets 5 foot of water pounding against their home, 150 mile-an-hour winds, surging water with a lot of pressure behind it, we want to be confident that this thing holds up, right? It's going to let a little bit of water in. We can't stop all water, but the idea is that it protects the home from getting filled with water versus a little bit of water makes its way in the door. Customer comes home after a hurricane and they got a few towels to mop up a little bit of water, right? So it's been engineered. We started with a product we wanted to make really cost effective for homeowners, and our engineer immediately said to us, it's not thick enough, it deflects too much. Need to go back to the drawing board and make it more robust. So we did that. We've now created a system that can handle any width, so long as you have center posts in place, but up to 6 foot in height. We haven't tested it beyond that. In fact, 6 foot, obviously once you get above 6 foot, you really need to engage with a structural engineer and make sure that the structure itself can handle those sort of loads. So that's the key with the product. We've engaged with an engineering company, we've tested it, we know it works, he's run tons of simulations. We're happy to share those engineering reports with anybody in the room. if you need them. And in due course, we expect that the state and maybe different cities, some have already done it, they're going to require some permitting, and obviously engineering reports are one of the very first things they ask for. So engineering's been done. Happy to share the reports if you need to see them. The company we used was the company called FEA Max, which is they specialise in water, hydrostatic pressures, finite element analysis. So they look at the composition of the metals and make sure that it can handle flooding and extensive flooding with surge. The quality, so you guys are going to see a lot of products in the marketplace. I had a neighbour of mine who's a contractor asked me to come and look at a product about a month ago. Excited about this product. We went over and we took my product and we started playing around with it. Some of this product that you're going to see in the marketplace is absolute garbage. And to have a post of all things flex, you can imagine that it's not going to hold up to 5 foot of water in a hurricane and surging water. So we know our product works. We know it's been tested. And like I say, there are some products out there that are significantly less expensive, but less expensive because they're made of thin, almost sheet-like aluminum that ain't going to hold up to any amount of water. So this product is T6 66 degree aluminum. It's structural aluminum. I think most of you guys probably know more about aluminum than I do, but it handles weather very well. It's very good for Florida. It handles UV. It's not likely to pit. You're not going to see rust pits on the stainless steel. Of course, we can have marine grade aluminum, but which would be one notch above the type of aluminum we've got. But it's just too cost prohibitive for most homeowners and most business owners. While it's likely, aesthetically it might hold up a little better, the cost is just too prohibitive for most people.
You guys use like a plastic washer or something between the aluminum and the stainless, or is it just stainless on aluminum?
All of it is.
Okay. The only reason I'm asking is because I know there's a chemical reaction between stainless and aluminum, which causes the aluminum to degrade, and corrode. So
We've tested. I've had this product up in some places now for 18 months. We've seen none of that. I mean, in fact, I originally tested on my own place some competitors' products and ours, and some of the stainless steel on the product has it's aesthetically it's terrible. It needs to be the stainless steel bolts need to be replaced. So that's the big thing. There's a lot of quality that went into making this product, and we're confident that it's going to continue to look really good over time. It also goes through an electro, I don't know if I pronounce this correctly, electrophoresis. Is that right? Or someone might want to correct the way I pronounce that. It's basically a finish that they put on it, chemically apply it to give it the ability to hold up to really harsh conditions. So it doesn't deteriorate. Aesthetically, it really does hold up well. But that's one of the advantages of this product. Costs a little bit more to do it, but homeowners spend a lot of money on this product. They've got permanently mounted posts on either side of their doors. They don't want to walk in the door and see that this thing's tarnished and looks like looks terrible and needs to be replaced. So, like I said, it's a relatively new industry, but I've had this product now for 18 months on my home and it still looks brand new, with the exception of the competitors' products that I put on one of our side doors.
I have a quick question. Say it was deployed, used. Are you rinsing it off when you're done with it and put it away?
Yeah, good question. 100%. I mean, you're gonna with storm surges. You guys will know if anyone's cleaned up a house after a hurricane. It's full of silt and mud and crap. Sewage in some cases. Of course, you need to strip it down, give it a good clean, wash it down, and then you're gonna store it away again. Clean out make sure there's no sediment between the rubber seals. A little bit of work involved once you dismantle it, but of course. Hopefully it saved your house and you're not too worried about that.
yeah.
So aesthetically it looks really good. We're confident that it's going to continue to look good over long periods of time. Keep in mind the panels, customers are like, is that thing going to sit out? The panels only get installed, you all probably know this, but I'll say it anyway. The panels only get installed if you know there's a flood coming, right? They're not sitting there all year round. Some customers want to put them up and leave them all year round. It's not designed to do that. They can. In fact, we've seen this product, this exact same product, I'm pointing to this one, but that's not my product. We've seen this product in Asia, and the rubber seals and everything hold up really, really well. They've been exposed to 3, 4, 5 years of rising rivers and protecting against flooding. And they hold up very, very well. It's simple, so another reason this product is, we really like the product we have. It's really simple. Once the posts are installed, there's a little bit of work involved in installing them and getting them done properly. But once they're installed, it's really simple for a homeowner to come in and assemble the system. You're just got to loosen up these bolts on the front. They're going to drop the posts down. If it's a narrow opening, one person can do it. If it's a garage, well, of course, ideally you want 2 people because you've got to drop them down evenly into that opening. But it's really simple. There's no rubber tubes that you have to inflate, and the compression is not overwhelming. I mean, another issue we have seen in the past is that some homeowners really try to crank this thing down to death, and then they strip bolts and they're using equipment that they shouldn't be using. It doesn't need a lot of pressure. In fact, if you over crank it, you're gonna impact the amount of water that gets through. We're going to start supplying in the next month what do you call it? Torque wrench. Thank you. That ensures that people don't over torque it. But if they're using the Allen key that's provided, they're not likely to do it. But once they start using impact drills, which we do not recommend, they're going to crank this thing down too much, and it puts too much pressure on the rubbers, and then we find that it actually leaks more than it needed to. Last point about our product is we're local, so I imagine most of you guys in this room are local. We're in Punta Gorda. We've got a fully stocked warehouse, tons of product. Anything goes wrong in an install, you've messed up your measurements. I'm sure you're all professionals and that doesn't happen often, but something's gone wrong, you need another part, you need to carry on working that job, on the day that you're here. We can provide you with extra parts. You don't have to wait for them to come in from another state or a long way off. So, any questions on the product at this point?
How much do the planks weigh? I know most of the customers are elderly. So.
They're not. Look, I think the heaviest panel width that we measured in terms of weight was 20-25 pounds. So that's a really long span. So that's why we say 2 people on each end. But these are very. We've got a sample here somewhere. It's very. You can play around with it outside. They're very light. I mean, the hollow panels, and my wife can set up 8-foot panels on her own. She's only little, so not too big a deal.
Question for you. You said about having them stored away when not in use, which I completely understand, but we do have seasonal residents that will lock their house down for this. I saw it already where they put up your product or somebody's had it installed in front of the garage door, back doors, and they're gone. They're gone until fall. Right. So is that an issue 6 months out of the year?
It's not. So just bear in mind that it's got APDM rubber. APDM rubber is one of the better quality rubbers, but rubber in Florida, as you guys will know, you work in Florida, you know that Florida conditions are brutal. We've got the salt, we've got the UV. It's really hard. The rubbers are replaceable, but if it sits out for long periods of time, we haven't seen it be degraded yet, where it's the rubbers need to be replaced. They're going to be around long enough, but like I say, it's all replaceable. The biggest issue that once you crank the system down over long periods of time, and you crank it to 25 psi, is when you lift them up, the panels and the rubbers are going to get stuck to one another, and then it's going to rip the rubbers out. Not that big a deal, but of course now they have to go and sit down and re-thread the rubbers and make sure that it's all assembled properly.
So if something happens, if something does happen, because inevitably somebody's going to leave these up 3 or 4 months out of the year.
Yeah, for sure. We know customers we don't recommend it. But look, like I said, in Asia, I was there in January at the factory that we purchased this from. Wanted to show us this 1 kilometre stretch where they use our exact system, and it's permanently mounted and it works very well. The rubbers, like I said, the rubber seals were 5 years old. They said, and they still look really good. Different conditions in China, they don't get the same heat, and at least in that city. But
Are they impact rated?
Yeah, it's all been engineering was to ensure that they hold up even if you've got a tree trunk slamming into it. In fact, I just want to talk about that as far as engineering. So the reason flood panels fail is well, first of all, they're not built to handle hydrostatic pressure and big loads of water. But secondly is because they deflect. And that's the big thing that our engineer looked at is he tells us that these panels shouldn't deflect more than 1%. 1% sounds like it's a very low number. And which is why we have the thickness of the aluminum we use in the posts and panels. But once you get deflection, it's the rubber that the movement in that rubber going back and forth that allows water in. So you've got to minimise deflection. And that was a big part of our testing is making sure that the panels do not deflect. And that's why you also need centre posts every so often so that they're gonna hold up to. We're looking at holding up under 100, category 5 hurricanes, tons of water surge, tons of wind, and all sorts of crap that's slamming into these panels. Any other questions on the product? Right. So let's just talk about the second document here, how to assess the suitability of a home for flood panels. So this particular system was designed to be mounted to block. And block is, as you guys know, it's impermeable in the short term at least to water, right? Long term you'll know that concrete weeps, it allows water for depending on the quality of the concrete and how it was poured. But we know that concrete's going to keep water out for short term flooding. And the good thing about block is that, if you go and mount these posts anywhere, you can see the block along here, you can't, obviously you generally can't see block because you've got stucco in front of it, but by looking at this, if you want to mount this here, unlikely to be any issues. You want to mount it here, there's unlikely to be any issues. Of course, the block might be hollow. Round doorways by code, it's not supposed to be hollow, but you'll find, as we do too, that sometimes it is hollow. But the reality is that providing you've got different selections of hardware on hand, you're going to be able to get a good fitment to that block. Wood in the structures, it seems almost obvious, but perhaps it's not to everybody. Wood in the structures, you've got studs every 16 inches, you've got a water barrier, you've got lathe, and then you've got stucco. The reality is if you go on a wooden house and then try and install it, unless you've figured out exactly where those studs are, you're just drilling into plywood, lathe, stucco. The next thing is you don't know the quality of the stucco, right? You know that with a block house, you've got block, it's been well sealed, someone's done a good job, they know what they're doing, water's unlikely to get through here so long as there's no cracks. With a wooden home, you got no freaking clue, right? You don't know if the stucco is this thin, if it's this thick, this thick, this thin, this thick, this thick. There's too many unknowns with a wooden home. In saying that, it doesn't mean you can't, protect wooden homes, but you've got to sort of think about a way of perhaps mounting block outside the house or pouring a form of concrete, and then you can attach it, make sure it's well sealed to the stucco and then going around the home that way, right? So we've done it. We don't love doing it. We recommend, we obviously have this conversation with customers about lots of unknowns with a wooden home. Some people want to do it anyway. We do what they want us to do. But just bear in mind these things. There's a lot of unknowns with wooden homes. And of course, the other big thing is we've had a lot of inquiries in recent times about trailers, right? Trailer parks. They've had these damaged trailers, double wides. They want to protect it. Some of them actually are willing to spend the money, but geez, from a cost-effective standpoint, you'd have to pour a footer around that trailer. You'd have to put posts. You can do it, of course, but it's quite cost prohibitive. So just bear in mind about structures. This product is designed for this block, right? Easy, shouldn't be any issues. 9 times out of 10, your install goes pretty smoothly. Not too many issues with it. Next thing is, and this is a big thing, when we started selling this product 18 months ago, I had a lot of contractors saying to us, look, why can't we install this on pavers? And again, it might be obvious to most of you, but it's clearly not obvious to everybody. So if you get flooding on pavers of 3 to 4 inches, it won't matter. There's no pressure in 3 to 4 inches of water. typically pushing up through those pavers so long as they were laid well and they've got sand and they've done a good job, right? But if you're selling a system that's 4 panels high, you need to be confident that water can handle, your system can handle 4 panel height of water. And of course, now you've got hydrostatic pressure. So if you go and place this on pavers, I'm just saying don't freaking do it on pavers, but you're gonna find that water is just squirting up between every single paver and house is full of water. It's crazy, don't do it, but I've had arguments with contractors who just can't wrap their head around why they can't do it to save the customer money. You've got to install this on a flat surface, and this surface here is like visually almost perfect, right? You've got to pour concrete, you've got to make sure it's level. Even voids or an undulation of like 1/8 of an inch will impact the ability of that panel, that bottom seal, to connect to the base, because it means it's going to be tight on one side, slightly looser on one side, and it gives that rubber seal an opportunity to leak. And we've tested it, and it happens.
Much less than that. The water will find its way. That's why it's very important when we install if there's a surge coming, the fuel stick silicone that we do all around.
Yeah.
But if you get no concrete is gonna be 100%. Even if you get a 8-foot level, you get a zip tie and you put under it, you're gonna find little voids. The water will find its way. So not only the product, we use a peel stick silicone around to protect and to have an extra step of against the water going through. The only thing that would be completely flat surface would be a piece of glass. That won't happen. Concrete will always have, when it's drying or whatever, you can sand, you can do whatever you want. Always gonna have something in water find its way. So even less, just reassure, even less than a day. This is as important as installing the posts. The concrete work, I would say it's even more important than the post, because that's where, I'm sure you guys know that, but don't get a helper to mix concrete and put and run a 8-foot level. The person who does it has to be very picky and do it again, because it's gonna make a difference. If a flood comes, it's gonna make a difference. You know, a eighth of an inch is still a lot. So, but make sure to be very picky about the surface.
You need to have, when you install the system, you need to have peace of mind that if a hurricane comes in this year or next year, that you're sleeping at night time, right? Your customers relied on you to do the right thing and protect their home, and you understand the things we're talking about today. Like, there's plenty of guys out there, I hate to say it, that they don't care about a good concrete base because it'll save the customers some money, but the customers really understood that not having that footer and a good footer in place, they would be infuriated. So it's really critical. Any opening, nice flat concrete surface. If you haven't got a good concrete surface, you've got to pour it. You're going to have to price for it. If you're not a concrete specialist, don't do it yourself. There's plenty of guys in the marketplace now that are doing this, like do it for us, do it for AHT. There's guys out there that specialize in pouring footers for the system.
What's the requirement for the footers as a cubic yard? 3 by 3 by 3, or?
It's a little bit of an interesting scenario. So footers really depend a lot on the substrate, on the substrate that's existent. Whether it's sand or typically in Florida it's sand, right, where we are. And so we pour them 8 inches deep.
It will depend. Usually, so garages are 4.5, right? So we can do either a garage size, or we can go even deeper. It depends of if you are doing on pavers. So after we dig up, we can go like regular concrete will be 4. So we are not gonna. So when we put the base plate, right, for the center post, that's already 4. We don't need to cut that and go deeper. So I would say start at 4, but you can go deeper. You can go deeper if you want.
Like I said, the guys, a lot of the concrete guys have got a system in terms of how they do it with rebar and the depth. But yeah, you obviously need to make sure that it's done properly, and minimum 4 inches.
And this is just for the post itself,
No, this is for, so,
for the actual seal.
The actual panels.
for
yeah, so
actual
the rubber seal, yeah, the rubber seal's gotta come down. You'll see when we go outside here, well, obviously just for demo purposes, we're putting on grass, but you'll see that grass is like that. And so if you don't have a really good flat surface, like often we see, like in garages, for example, there's in the middle of the garage, they're a little higher in the middle. So our panels come down and press against the piece that's elevated. And then of course on the edges, because it's really compressed hard against the middle of the garage, it's not compressing really hard on the edges. So it leaves slight little gaps. You've got to get that right. Sometimes it's sanding. Of course, you know, if a flood's coming or a hurricane's coming and the customer expects flooding, there's another sort of step for them to do with the seal and peel to make sure that, you know, water doesn't get in their house, and we'll talk about that too. Sometimes you'll have situations where you're going to have obstructions, like you need to be clearing. Customers got something like this, they don't want to remove it, or you've got multiple conduits coming here. We've got I don't know if you guys know this or not, our post actually comes with an inbuilt extension, so it pushes the post off the wall by 2 inches. So it's quite useful, because otherwise you have to put PVC backers in, or whatever material you're using. We recommend PVC backers. So yeah, that will help in that situation. Point 5 here, we talked about it. Water is sneaky. It's going to find its way through the tiniest gaps. This system's not going to keep 100% of water at bay. Installation is obviously super critical, like we've talked about. You can't use enough silicone. It's got to be done with a lot of attention to detail. The good thing about talking to guys like you in this room is that we know that you're already doing this. You're already doing it to a standard that, you know, that's at a high level, compared to some of these cowboys out there that just looking for a buck. Do it properly. You'll sleep at night. Customer's going to be happy, and you'll be busy installing these systems. One thing is a little bit unknown. I just wanted to mention it. So we've heard stories of homes where these systems were put in place, and yet the customers got home and their house was full of sewage. Sewage is like it's a little bit of a challenging thing, right? So some homes get sewer back up and some homes don't. But one of the things we recommend to all our customers when we're selling the system is think about obtaining a device that you put down the cleanouts, and you can inflate it, and it stops the backflow of sewer coming down and getting in the house. Like, sewer is not a massive problem, but of course it just depends on the amount of flooding. You don't know what's going on with the sewer lines. Are they cleared? Did the city sort of take care of clearing them out or not? You just don't know. So we recommend that people open their cleanouts, put one of these systems down, inflate it to the recommended PSI. It's on a chain so that you can de-inflate it once the hurricane's gone, and you know no sewer's coming back in the house. Most cleanouts are pretty simple to find. Those systems don't cost a lot of money. We recommend them all the time to customers, just to give them some peace of mind about sewer backup.
Did you guys understood well about the PVC? When we encounter these situations here, you can get a piece of PVC if it's something that wasn't planned and you have to adjust on site. You get a piece of PVC at Home Depot, right? So yeah, I can't recall. I think they come in 4 inches. Yeah, 4 and 5 inches. So you're gonna get the 4 inches, right? You cut to the height you need. You put on the concrete wall with tap comb. Make sure it really grabs, because the tap comb is it's to hold the PVC. After we put the anchors is gonna hold everything together. So when you cut the PVC to the height you need, and it's gonna clear this. You're gonna clear this. Of course, this is not an issue. This is not going on the way of the pen, but it's for something. It's gonna clear it. Then you can finish, of course, with the silicone, with the proper silicone, and after you can leave a little gap for caulking and painting after the silicone, right? Or finish the best way you seem to do it. But the PVC is a quick solution when you encounter something that you went to measure a job and you didn't see that situation, and you need to move left or right, the PVC will help you with that a lot. It's a quick solution.
Sometimes the steps to the doorways stick out, as you guys know, steps stick out by 1 inch, 2 inch. That's a good way of helping clear that step. You'll see it relatively often. We use these extensions all the time to try and clear conduit, vents, whatever it might be. Center posts, 0.7 here. Center posts are required based on the height. You've got a cheat sheet, and I was asked yesterday, what happens if this, what happens if the span is? I think I made an example here. So a five panel system, if you look at this cheat sheet, it needs, which is your 1.4 meter height. No, sorry, five panel system is the 1 meter height. So if the width exceeds 11 foot and 10 inches, you need a center post. Now if you've got a span of 25 inches, you're going to need 2 center posts. Right, and so what we do in that situation is sorry, I said 25 inches, 25 feet. I apologise.
We do.
Yeah, my bad.
That happens.
So in that situation with a 25 foot span, you're just going to spread those 2 posts evenly. So you put one at 8 foot and 3 inches and put another one at 16 foot and 6 inches, and then they're evenly spaced. Right, but you've got to make sure that you've got to see there's no opening exceeds 11 foot and 10 inches without there being another center post. And you're going to find sometimes you're going to do long runs of 50, 60 foot. You're going to make sure those center posts are in place properly, and of course you need to make sure you've got a good concrete footer that's supporting that center post. You can't sort of skimp on that. It's got to happen. That's where it gets its strength from. That center post, and that center post has a 45-degree support that you'll see outside. So you need to have a little footer for that support as well. Does that make sense to everybody?
Is that 45 degrees, does it face in or out from the open?
Generally out, but it. Well, you think about double garage. You've got to shut the garage, right? And you're putting the system in front of the garage, so it's going to be out. And it's just on that. We have, in some situations, installed our system on the inside of garages. And there's 2 reasons we do that. We do it to save money. Well, one main reason we do it. We do it to save the homeowner having to pour a concrete footer. Because the width of a double garage concrete footer, there's a bit of money involved. They've already got a nice smooth surface. But of course, that means that water is going to make its way past the garage door. It's going to do some damage to the trim and so forth until it hits the panels. And then it stops the water going any further into the house and so forth. In that situation, the center post is mounted behind the panels inside the garage. Make sense?
Yeah, we deal a lot with HOAs, so especially on these double garages, putting these structures outside, it's not going to fly with most of them. But that was going to be my next question.
But it's only
Most homeowners are pretty happy to put it inside the garage to save money on the footer. That's our experience. So, just go to this third document. Any more questions on any of the stuff we've touched on? Engineering? Any other questions might have come to mind while we're talking? What's that? We're still looking at a warranty. We have a warranty on the parts, the components, a 2-year warranty on the components. The reality is that we're pretty confident the parts we're gonna need to extend our warranty because there's been no issues with it given our testing. So right now it's a 2-year component material warranty. We're not providing warranty, guaranteeing a homeowner's house doesn't get flooded. Just for those who don't understand why, obviously we can do a spectacular job of installing the system, putting our posts in. We're confident that we spent days and weeks on end, putting in a good product. There's lots of unknowns about cracked foundations, cracked walls, conduit things going through the wall that you didn't see, customers doing something afterwards, like a dry vent that needed to be drilled in. there's lots of things that can allow water to come in and out. So we're confident in the product that it's going to do what it's intended to do, but realistically, we can't guarantee that the house isn't going to flood through other means.
It's just doing the best you can with what you got.
Right. Look, I've installed this on a home, my personal home. I'm confident that, I feel good that if a hurricane comes this year, that my home's not going to flood. I know that it's going to be some additional things I need to do before the hurricane gets here, but I'm pretty confident I'll be happy staying in my home and that it's not going to flood. Now, you guys can say, well, how would you possibly know? You don't, but it definitely gives you peace of mind, and I know we're damn well better off with this system than not having this system. Measuring inside mount versus outside mount. It's pretty simple. I've got obviously a guide here for you guys, but how can we demonstrate this with an inside mount? So you've got a doorway, right? There's doorways. The doorway's here, right between my hands. This is 36 inches. So when you're quoting for an inside mount system, the number you're going to give us is 36 inches. Real simple, because we're going to cut that panel a little, 1 1/8 inch less than that opening size to allow for the aluminum on the back side of this post and for the stainless steel bolts that are going to stick out on the inside of the post. So in effect, if you've got a 36 inch opening, we're going to cut it at 33 6/8. Does that sound right? Yeah. Right. So inside mount's really simple. For an outside mount, what we recommend people do, so yeah, let's say it's not really going to be a really good example of something like that. So when you're measuring an outside mount, you're going to allow for, you don't want to just have this thing sitting flush up against the door. First of all, because aesthetically it looks terrible, but you want to sort of move it, we always move it about 4 inches outside the door. And when you're measuring it, sending it to AHT for quoting, and then they send it to us to actually cut it for you guys, we obviously have to know the measurement between the inside of that post, like where you want to place the inside of this post, and the inside of the other post. That's the measurement you're giving us. We're then going to cut that panel another 1 1/8 inch wider to allow for it to sit inside the post. Does that make sense? Yeah. And the information is in that cheat guides, in that document I gave you, so if there's any confusion. But again, you're not 100% sure when you go to measure your first openings, you want clarification, you can talk to AHT or give us a call at Rubicon and we can help you with that. So it really just comes down to the way we cut. We have to either cut the panels shorter for an inside mount or cut them longer for an outside mount. And we want to make sure you guys are getting what you expected, and you're not getting a system that doesn't fit.
Another thing why it's measured 4 inches off the wall is if the homeowner said, no, I want flush with my trim, I want something like that, you might hit the 2x4 or the door casing. So that's going to be an issue. So you have to catch the concrete, right? So you go off a little bit. Sometimes it's going to happen. It's going to happen that it's going to depend house to house. There is no way to know before you install. But if you put away from the door, it's the chance that you're going to hit. So I had this issue on a situation on a house that the manual door inside the garage. So we had a step, we had the door, the manual door, and a little step right by the door where the washing and drying machine was. So when I drilled it, to clear the step, I catch the edge of the concrete. So if you catch the edge of the concrete, the anchor is not going to hold, it's going to keep spinning. So I had to notch here a little bit, and I move it over. So I could get a consistent hole on the concrete door. On the other side was fine, there was no step, nothing. But if you get too close I went too close to the door trim because of this step, drilled it, and I catch the edge of the concrete between the door casing. So it didn't work. So I moved a little bit, right? And of course, the hole that when we moved, we covered the hole that was done previously. So always measure 4 inches when you have an outside post like that. 4 inches from the wall, you're gonna find the concrete and then you're good to go.
If you're ever coming up with a situation like, I mean, I presume no one in this room has actually installed panels yet, but you know, your first time you go out to a home, you go down a doorway, like, what do we do with this? We're not sure. Take a photo, take a couple of videos, take us a little video, send it to us at, info at Rubicon Flood. We're happy to help make this whole process easy for you. We've done tons of them now. Come across, not all, but generally we can help you with those situations. You're not sure, what do we do about this opening? What do we do about this conduit? How should I measure this? Just reach out to us, call us, we're happy to help.
Are there any other color options, or is that it?
No, look, you can powder the posts. The panels don't matter really because the panels are sitting in someone's garage. They're sitting in storage. Of course, aesthetically, some people complain about the way it looks. You can powder coat the posts. Obviously for an upcharge, we will do it for you. If you need us to do it, we're going to charge you a fee to have it done, of course. But for some people that are particular about actually the colour at home, we can do it. Powder coating is not an issue, but it's too cost prohibitive to have a bunch of colours sitting around. We thought about it, and
so otherwise it's just anodized.
It is. Okay. The reality is that I've said this to a bunch of homeowners in the past. Like a lot of women do such a comment. They say, we don't like the way it looks. It's not pretty. Like after a month, my wife is the same. Don't put that system in the house. I'm like, it's ridiculous. It's like the house gets flooded or it looks pretty. Which one do you want? Anyway, she doesn't even notice it. I asked her, do you notice those posts? She's like, I don't see them anymore. So, and they're not powder coated. They're just this colour. Our colour is just a little different. So after a while, you don't notice. I get it. Multi-million-dollar homes, very particular homeowners. Powder coating is a very practical, realistic option. Sure, it's a powder coated post, 5-panel post is about $100. You do that over 10-15 hours.
Maybe, find a carpenter that can make a profile for it, something that can cover, make a profile, something nice. That's an idea, right? Box it in with something that can be removable. That's an option that you can offer to the homeowner. And
we would be able to supply that if you wanted coil, like what we need for the housing. Right. We would be able to bend that for you and include it in there. But that's not what we
So that's a big deal. We've been talking to manufacturers about getting posts made, but we have quite a few different profiles. We've got the inside mount, outside mount with extension. Of course, they want to create molds for us, and molds cost multiple thousands of dollars. So the demand was there. We'd do something similar, but that's AHT is probably a really good solution for you guys.
It depends on what. Take a look at it on the break. We should be able to break most of it. You'll see when we go out, when we do the roof out, we've capped a bunch of stuff out there. So the guys do a good job at figuring things out on the break. So when we take a tour, you'll see that bend a couple pieces of that off.
That's I think that's all I wanted to address. We've obviously the next document is about the installation, so I think we'll just sort of go through that as we do the installation outside. Does anyone have any questions at all about engineering? Anything on that I haven't answered and you're curious about? No, you guys are ready to go.
I think that's easy to clean that silicone out after you're done.
What's that?
The silicone. You have to put it in the silicone. You can clean up after that. Remove it.
Yeah, just talk about the cleanup of the silicone.
the silicone that goes around the post.
It stays there when you install it.
Yeah. So
you're doing just the falls out now, not underneath the.
Oh, so sorry, you were talking about the silicon that he's going to install today is permanent for the post. So the silicon we use is MP125. You guys familiar? Sikaflex MP125. So it's both a sealant and almost like a glue at the same time. So it helps provide adhesion of the post to the structure, and it's giving the waterproofing.
I
So
think what he was asking about is across the bottom.
sure, I'll address that in just a second. So that's the permanent silicon that he's going to install, and we'll talk about this steel. What's it called? The peel and stick.
Okay.
That's a GOP product. So we always tell customers, like I've spoken to you today when we started off this conversation, the product is not 100% waterproof. If there's a hurricane coming and you want to protect your house and you want to have peace of mind, you're going to install the system, you're going to crank it down, you want to do it not last minute, hurricane's coming in 4 hours, you're not going to give your sealant enough time to cure. So they want to put it down, and they want to have this peel and stick, which does, after a hurricane, you actually can peel it off and it doesn't leave much residue at all. It's pretty clear if you've used it before. But you want to encourage them to go down the rubber seal all the way, a nice thick bead of it. They're going to run a nice thick bead across the bottom of this rubber strip. They're going to do the same thing up the other side. They're going to do that every single opening. And then they want to allow it a minimum of 12 hours for water. You know, that's 12, I think it's like a 5-day cure time, 5 days to get a proper 100% setup, which is not realistic. There's a hurricane coming. But it works well if you give it 12 hours to 24 hours, especially in the summer hurricane conditions. It's hot, it's humid, it dries pretty quick. But yeah, that's and then after the hurricane's gone, they're going to peel it off. It doesn't leave much residue. That's why we recommend it. They can clean up the product, clean up the system. It looks good, and get it off the panels. But like we talked about with the concrete voids, it's really critical, like Pedro mentioned, because you cannot see to the eye unless you physically run like a little zip tie under the panel all the way across. You can't see it, but when you compress the system and you have water, you'll see water coming in under that. And we're always looking at ways to improve that. The reality is we can't improve the structure beyond it looking like it's perfectly flat, and this is like almost a polished type concrete. So you've got to set it up with that peel and stick, and it gives you just gives you extra peace of mind, gives the customer peace of mind. Doesn't take long. It's just part of the process.
Is it a tape? Or peel and stick?
It's just a tube. It's just silicone. It comes in a tube.
I'm sure.
Yeah, we've got some outside. There are varying tapes. Yeah, so some of them, I haven't tested them on the system. Some of them don't leave residue, but I wouldn't be recommending that to a customer until we know for sure. But there are some good tapes, but they're pricey. Run those tapes along. Any other questions?
So I'm guessing end posts are permanent?
Yes.
Right? Okay, so then the center posts, are they removable? Like there's an insert or something?
Yeah, so the center posts, we're going to talk you through it today, but we're not actually mounting the center post. So the biggest part of installing this system is the center post. So Pedro's going to walk you through it in terms of how we do it. But you're mounting a base plate for the center post itself, and then you're mounting a smaller base plate for the 45-degree arm.
Gotcha.
And it requires some drilling in the concrete. It requires a concrete type. What do you call that material? The thicker grout.
Yeah, thicker grout.
A grout that's specifically designed for anchors.
Okay.
You guys probably know about that stuff anyway. But yeah, we'll sort of show you how you need to do that. Center post base plate is mounted flush to the substrate that's there, the concrete, and the post just sits in the garage until they're ready to use it. Just one thing on that center post. I'm happy to share this. I didn't bring it for you guys, but there's a document we give to all our homeowners, and we have them sign off that's going to explain to them about the need for the peel and stick. We also talk about the center post. So the center post has a metal base plate, and it's mounting on a metal base plate. Obviously, metal on metal is going to allow for water intrusion. So our document explains to them about the necessity of using the peel and stick on that base plate. In late March, we've actually got some, we'll be supplying it from late March onwards. We can always supply it to any customers you do before then, but we're going to provide them with a rubber base plate that goes under that center post that helps avoid the necessity for the MP, for the peel and stick. In saying that, we think they should always be doing that as a last port of call. Hurricanes coming, they're running peel and stick around the system. looking at it to make sure that they're confident that they've got those voids all sorted. Most people are more than happy to spend 3, 4, 5 hours setting up the system because the alternative is not something anyone wants to consider, especially if they've had water in their house before. They'll do days of work to get the system in place. They don't have to with our system, fortunately, not like sandbags, but most customers are more than happy to spend a few hours making sure this is perfect. Any last questions? We can obviously ask more outside as we do the install, but just want to make sure we've covered off in a quiet space before we go out there.
The installs to be on
It's up to you guys.
They were taking going in over village.
Okay.
And I just gotta touch up a couple things with them.
Yeah, sure.
Hopefully lunch, and as soon as we're back, and do that.
Sounds good, yeah. We're going to be around and do a demo of the installs. If you've got more questions you think about, fire
Tools
away
are out
and
there
get
if you want to
outside.
ask these questions to the tool. I just wanted to go over a couple things on the warranty for the screen. And there was some questions on there, so I did verify. The dark colors are going to be 10-year and they're not prorated. The lighter one is a 1 year on that, so that's the white, and the white and tan. So obviously you want to kind of avoid those.
Are you guys just talking more the different color ends and more the brown and silver?
We're working on that. We already got the silver. So we're working on on getting the beige brown. So that's the only other one. White, I'm not sure if they're gonna just, because that's a whole new, they're developing it for us with those colors. So I don't know if they want to invest in the white yet, white. That might just be what we have already existing. We're using a different zipper per se. So the new zipper right now is the one that's coming in this challenges with the colors. Old stuff obviously it's zipper and webbing. The new stuff is actually a V-tape. So the zipper teeth are already on that, so it goes over and then gets stitched or welded onto the material. So it's a different setup, so that's where the color situation is happening. But they are actively working on that. The silver is out. Actually, it looks really good. I'm not sure if the one outside has it. When we look, we go to the ones outside and see it. But like I said, that's the warranty on that. Okay, so if you're ordering now, we have a 180 Newton meter motor that fits obviously in the 70 millimeter tube and fits in and we put it in the 100 instead of the 300 Newton meter. So at that period of time, we didn't have the 190s in stock, and they had already prepped that. They did not mount like they typically, but you'll see when we go out there, all the ones that are there are mounted.
Okay.
But that being said, the issue was that it was not communicated over there that the switch was changed, that the switch was made with the motor. So that's why you had both of the 4 patterns, because the 180, the pattern is exactly the same as the other side. That's what happens. But the 180s are back in stock, so that shouldn't be an issue. But that's what it was. And I've already talked to the 70 people back there that they need to make sure that they communicate with production that if there's any change on it, that they need to report. But then we're gonna also look at what you were talking about space.
Oh, I like it, yeah.
That's why I brought that in. So those were the two that I had to investigate. But we went over the products and everything. There's another one that is in here that's going to be, let's see where it's at. So the next ones in there are for the building codes, and that's typically, if you've been in the shutter business long enough, you know that most municipalities want you to pull a permit for everything that you're going to fix to any structure. And we strictly here, at least with the hurricane screen, is Florida building code, so it's not, Miami County Dade approved product for over there. So anywhere other than that, and of course in the islands, some people do buy it. There's no criteria place for them, so they just, you know, buy whatever they want basically and install however they want. Obviously, we give them guidelines and tell them, you know, this is the way you should go, but for the most part, it's the wild, wild west out there, you know what I mean? But here, strict compliance to our code. So when you are filling out your permit information, we can supply you with as much as the drawings and help you decipher the spacings and all that stuff. But like I said earlier, it's your requirement to find those individual pressures. So like I said, there's that one I mentioned. There's other ones that you can buy and buy the license for, and just, you know, put it on however laptops you need, and you can work it right in there. You have to know your stuff on that one. You know what it's asking. The other version that I said for Engineering Express, they've kind of made it easier for you to kind of fill that out a bit. But those are important when you're filling out those things. Of course, some municipalities are different, require certain things that other municipalities won't require. So it's up to you to go in there and investigate what exactly it is. If you're going into a new place, obviously it's easy enough to go in there, ask the permitting officials what they need. It's usually online now. Everybody has a portal online, so you go there and do that.
Yeah, two questions. First, what's the difference between the zipper and the heater? Second, are they stitched, the seams?
Yeah,
Or
everything here for at least the polypropylene and what we're using is a stitch. Our drawings and our testing is for a stitch. So we have 4 stitches. And the aramid stuff, since it has the that polyester coatings and stuff like that, it's easier to actually weld. So in that case there, we will be using a weldable V tape. So there won't be any stitching. Again, we're trying to improve our process for the products. And that's going to eliminate a lot of time off of how we would usually make a screen.
Is it ultrasonic welding, or how is
the machine that we have is not ultrasonic, but that is the other viable option that they do use for that.
Air?
Yeah, a combination of hot air, because really on the conventional setup of the screen is a webbing the zipper on a tape. So in order to get everything in position and lined up correctly, we're putting that, and we'll see it later on, we're putting it through that machine rollers with pressure and heat, and we're making it tacky, not welding it. We're making it tacky so that it stays into position, so that when the girls now move it to their stitching stations, it's in position, and they run it through the machines and they stitch. There's a 4-head and there's a 2-head, so one goes once, the other one has to go twice. Before, we were going 4 times because there was only one needle on the machine, so we had to go, turn, go, and turn, and go. So in this case, the difference between the zipper and keter obviously is that the zipper is a molded tooth. The keter is a rope or a plastic, sometimes even foam rod or strip within a tape.
Like a spline almost?
Kind of like a spline, yeah, basically is what it is, in different diameters. And that's the difference between the two. Typically, we use, and we're partial to the zipper because for us it tends to roll up a little bit better. The keter, depending on how high, it starts to move around too much in there. And then you have the unevenness of your rolling up. Keter's more prominent on the higher ones. So zipper itself seems to kind of stack sometimes pretty good on itself, or just slightly over. But since it's flatter, you don't have that buildup.
Makes sense.
So that's why we're partial to zipper. But then again, if obviously since we're continuing to look at other products and other and retention systems for that, there might be a miracle keter out there that we would implement. But at the moment, it's that. There was an option on there for a keter. It's just the way the keter has to be made is a different. It's a 4-inch webbing on our drawing, so that's the
There's not a small webby, large webby. So that's the difference in our drawings. So that being said, like I said, the weldable tape is going to be easier. It's going to have a tooth, so that's what we're working on. We're working on getting the colors for those. Like I said, we do have black now. We have silver, and hopefully in the next, within the year, we'll have that brown. Because a lot of people like the combination. Unfortunately, we had to kind of take it off because it was a real struggle for us to keep with in stock and having it produced for us in a timely manner. So again, looking at better sources for that, and obviously there's a lot of people looking for business right now. So hopefully we can find somebody that will be able to supply us with what we need in a timely manner, and obviously. You know, we preemptively do that so it's not an issue for you, but we're constantly battling it, you know what I mean? So we're constantly on top of it so that you're not in a pickle where it's our fault that we don't have it properly supplied or, you know, proper supply for you to be able to sell your jobs, to be able to to install your product. So, any other questions? So that was a warranty, that was that. Like I said, we'll break at 12:30 for lunch, and then we'll come back. We're going to do the room time, and then when we're done with that, we can take a quick tour if you want. And then I'm gonna, if anyone wants, we're gonna put up a small hurricane screen out there, and I can also go over some controls if anyone needs to have some knowledge on some of the controls that we're using, the Wi-Fi hub, how to change remotes from unidirectional to bidirectional. We have both options right now. The remote controls that we have the option to switch from one to the other. It's a quick, easy procedure, but I can walk you through that. It's good to know because a lot of the technical questions I've had in the past is that my control's not working. It's not working because the way you have to change the circuitry of the remote, it's an easy process. You either pull the tab. It's already in bidirectional mode. If the model number has an H on it, you ever get a control, and that's a 302H in a Duya, which is our motor manufacturer, it's going to be a bidirectional motor. A bidirectional control, but can be switched over. In order to switch over, you got to remove one of the batteries, pull the two button down, and then pop that battery. When you do that, it's a natural position when you got to pull that tab out. Sometimes it's very difficult to pull that tab out. To do that, you want to take the battery cover off. So then when you take the battery cover off, it's almost instantly it's a natural position just like your thumb on that fuse button. Pop that battery in there, and now you're stuck. It's not working. It's not the right one. First thing I do is I'm gonna start. That's why like the control can change. Pop that battery back out. Hold that change up. The round battery.
That's what I figured.
Balance.
When you said from the corner, you don't have to do all this ability by the airport.
It doesn't have to make 100% contact. But it is. So you have to.
at the home, you want to have these one first. Because if you put these, you have to remove everything from the top. When you set, make sure you put 5, 4, 3, 2. So when they install it, of course, they go by correct uh, number of panels. Okay, what I do when I get to the house? Get to the house, tell the homeowner we're going to start the work. Get all the materials. If you see that's a job that is going to take 1 day or even 2, it depends. You start, of course, from the front of the house, whatever you please, but usually the tools are going to be near the front of the house. You get your panels, front door, placed by the door, and 2 posts. Get your panels, garage, placed there. And then you put all the materials around the house, put all amount of anchors that I need. So I go by each place to put 3 here and 3 there, and then go each door. When I have everything set, usually I start from, if I have a center post, I start on the center post because that takes a longer. But let's say I start in a front door. There's only 2 inside posts or 2 outside posts, right? So basically, we don't need much tools. You can have basic. So these are yes with half-inch drill bit, right? It's gonna help you a lot to drill it, and as well, if the screw here is not flat, if it has a bottom, you can change it, right? And if you need to break something, you can either use the old way for hammer or change it. Right? You change it, and you know. So first step is seeing if there is any gaps. How do you see if there is any? I put all the way up because if we leave it loose, it's gonna be falling, right? It's not gonna help you. Put the track all the way up, right? Just these 2 to tighten these 2 is enough by hand. You won't fall. We put the rubber for the inside of the house, right? Because imagine the customer needs to leave the house, right? They can't lock themselves. If they put the panels in tight here and it's facing, right? So
Screws are facing outside the house.
the screws are facing outside the house. At some situations, you're gonna encounter you need to change it, but it's gonna be maybe 1 or 2 doors. It all depends. But still, you're gonna have many other doorways to leave it. When this can become an issue that you need to have these faces, right? So imagine a garage door. So here is the garage door, and there's a shelf right next to it. You have a very small space to put this. You have no room to tie it. It's gonna be very tight. So that way, you have to switch the post, the side of the post, because you gotta remember you need the room to the panels. Okay. So this is facing the outside of the house. Always have a 2 feet level with you, right? You find your mark, right? You can see here that it's touching more on this side than it's touching here. It's gonna happen a lot. When you make it plumb, the side is gonna be higher than the other. You gotta cut it down. So if here is touching, here has an 1/8 of an inch, I'll mark about an 1/8 of an inch here, right? Mark on the other side, because here is where it's touching, here there is a gap. So I'll mark an eighth of an inch here, mark on the other side, okay? So mark on the other side and choose 0 on this point here where it's touching. Okay? So if you are having a window, the window ledge is on the slope, you're gonna make it level, there's gonna be a gap here. You take off the difference from here, right? So you can set up a table like that in front of the house to get the posts and do the adjustments and cut. What I like to do is I always have by my side something that I don't need to move a lot, right? I have all the tools nearby. So I always have something. I place it and I cut. Also, when doing the silicone, you don't want to set this on the concrete, you don't want to set on the tile, right? You have something that you can put the silicone and clean off. You can have a table, but I try to avoid doing this much of trips. So you can create a little something. So I use this. On this one, we're not gonna to cut the bottom of it, but basically, you get your regular saw with a aluminum blade, right? And just cut it, right? Use your aluminum blade and just cut it here for the amount that you need. This step is very important. Why? If you forget to check the gap on the bottom, there's a gap here. You forget to check and drill the holes, you're gonna lose because holes are gonna be too close, right? So first you have to make sure it's touching the ground completely, and then mark your holes. If anybody has any questions, you feel free to.
What about that was like more higher than this over here? This side, when you put it.
You're saying if it slopes this direction and you start over there and you've got an inch and a half to 2.5 inches on this side.
Well, this is the issue when we talked about the concrete footing. These are coming out all this big slope. You got a problem. You know, you need to be that you're either grinding, make it level.
Have any kind of leeway, or as you pivot it.
If it slopes perfectly, but generally it's the undulation. That's the problem with
Small
this.
crack work, we're talking about flat. Basically like that.
Yeah, I mean, look, what do you do in that situation? If it's sloping significantly?
In the lanais, most of the time, they're sloped down. And on the sides, they slope to going out. So let's say if this was a lanai, that one's gonna slope the most. And this should be the flat area.
Because of the span, we have 8, 9, or 10 feet. The maximum I had to cut was half an inch of height off the post, and I didn't have any issues setting the cap. That's what you were asking, right? If it's gonna sit here, if it's gonna fit on the post. That's your question.
No, my question is that if you have that 2.5 inches in a distance like this is very common. So at 2.5 inches, if you put this post, it's gonna do this.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna slope down. So it's gonna open your area here where. So is it gonna stay sealed here, or does it gets pushed to the back and it's sealed here?
It's really not an issue because you're it's okay to mount the post and it's okay to have that slope as long as it's consistent slope.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, what you're going to find is this system for demonstration purposes is a little big and you're going to have a center post.
Yeah.
So the slope's caught it.
The only concern is if it wobbles,
Yeah, wobbles are a big problem, but consistency is not a problem.
Okay, as long as the flat surface on the bottom.
Right.
Yes.
That's basically.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So really quick, if there is a slope, most concrete, when you slash county, well, anywhere, gonna have a pitch to them just for water drainage and whatnot. So in the event of that, and it is a smooth surface, just not a level surface, is it possible to order these panels cut at the angle of that? Or are they all coming at 0 degrees?
No 0 degrees. We've never done it. We've talked about it, but we've never had enough problem with the switch and make it necessary to do.
This question goes to the fact that where you start on the bottom, mathematically, they come out. So either the pole have to change inside for each panel to sit.
Yeah. In some situations, I guess you'd have to think about if you've got that angle, you might have slope it a bit. Like I said, we haven't had anything significant that you had to do it, but we've talked about it. You can eliminate that by putting center posts, I suppose. So even when you would through, because now you've got flow distance between from one, the panels end up getting shorter, and there's less angle on the post. You know what I'm saying? Less angle on the panels.
So the strength of this is between notch here and the previous one that goes on top of it. That's where it sits. And this gets, probably getting ahead of myself, does it get pushed down or does it get bolted to the back?
Both. So we compress it. We start off by compressing all. There's a post cap that goes in here. We'll show it to you in a bit. But there's a post cap going. We compress it down, and then we attach it again to the vertical rubber strip.
Right. So okay. We make sure it's plumb, right? That's what you want. You can mark a line if you want, feel free to do whichever way you want. Some people like to mark a line to make sure they don't lose it. But the big advice is make the hole partially with the post in place. Because if you only mark with a pencil, right? If you only mark a pencil and you go 1/8 of an inch over, you're gonna have to shave the aluminum here. So the best thing to do is to use the post to start drilling into the holes, right? You can ask a helper to hold, or you can just make sure that it's not moving here. So the way I do it, right? No, it's fine. The way I do it, because sometimes you gotta help, he's gonna move and then you have to find the level again. You hold it, make sure it doesn't move. I have my first hole over there. Make sure it's not moving. Second hole. Third hole, right? You have your holes. You know exactly where you're drilling here. I go vacuum, no? Vacuum? Vacuum, right? Let me grab the vacuum over there.
We want to sort of show you the entire process. So obviously, as we're creating, we're ensuring the same. When you guys are doing these installations, are doing the same thing. As we create like dust and mess, we don't want to leave it here. We're clearing everything up as we go. How you guys do things, up to you. But we like to keep the whole surfaces clean. We don't want the dust getting in our silicon when we apply the silicon. So we're constantly doing this.
So you can mark your hole and come with HDS and drill it. If you a little bit lower or higher, you're gonna have to come and shave this. So it's gonna take a lot of time. So I prefer doing it in place where I exactly know where it goes, right? What is it? You have the anchors? Yeah. So those are 3-inch anchors, right?
These are Simpson half by 3-inch sleeve anchors.
Yes.
Stainless steel. Don't use steel.
Cones won't work, right? So I mark on my bit here 3 inches. Okay, that's where I go. Always when I drill it, I go inch over. Why inch over? Sometimes this cap here sticks out a little bit. We still have the neoprene. So if we do exactly 3 inches, it's not going to. So 308, 3/4. Not that is. If your tool is, there's a lot of how do you call it? Yeah, there's a lot of undulation. You want to make a little more, 3/8 of an inch, right? So you can hit very tight, okay? So always make sure to go a little over, because when this starts to grabbing, you can't remove it, right? So the only way to remove it is you have a little cut-off saw to cut it, right? Sometimes you can knock it into the block if it's hollow, but to remove it is gonna, it's almost impossible, right? So, sorry?
No,
One,
just over 3 inches, the full length of that sleeve anchor.
1 3/4, 1 3/4, yeah.
Look, we've had aluminum guys tell us that better. We thought this was the best thing for us. If you probably know more about anchors than us. You've been doing a lot longer. That's not required. We just like this anchor. We find it's the best of the we've tried. Okay. Yeah.
So as long as the anchor is 1/2 inch in thickness and 3 inches embedment, meet the criteria.
Yeah,
Steel anchor is obviously stronger than a stainless steel because of the metal.
Yes, yes. 1 3/4. Less than 1 3/4, you won't grab, right? But if you drill a hole and you find that's hollow after that you drilled 1 3/4, it's gonna grab, right? But if it's 1.5, if you drilled 1.5 and you find that's hollow, you won't grab. Then you have to a different system. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Pegar aqui. So, we have our holes ready, right? We need to make a bed of silicone on the bottom here where this post can sit as well. So on the process, because you do it repeatedly, sometimes you forget to mark where it goes. So here is where the post goes. You mark with a pencil, right? And you put a bed of silicone at the bottom. Put too much, because you're gonna clean the excess. Just put enough. With time, you see how much you need, right? So we clean the neoprene if there is any debris of dust or anything, right? Another good thing to remind is if the neoprene it's flush with this, you gotta cut at least quarter of an inch and remove it. On the corner, you can't make it. You can't make it a nice bit of silicone, right? It's gonna pull it off. So basically, we use almost a tube of silicone on the back here, almost a tube of silicone, right? So
Just keep in mind, this is boat we talked about before. It's an adhesive, so it helps, help connect the boat to the stucco, but it's also, providing waterproofing, stopping water getting in the back of that. And this is the best system. What we like to do is a rectangle around the edge with a few lines. It seems to work the best in terms of providing waterproofing.
yeah. Excuse me.
There's obviously no point putting skin on the bottom because it's attached to grass here, but you're normally going to be doing that.
Yeah. So of course you have the silicone on the bottom here. Remember strap, because if it go down, it's gonna catch between the track and the line, and it's gonna be hard to move it after it's dry. So you can use a hammer or something that you prefer. You won't be able to use the hammer all the way inside because it's gonna damage the post. You can get something of your preference to finish.
This job, the first time you do panels and posts, it's going to take you a while, right? All the big learning, you're referring to document. I know you guys are all been doing it for a long time, many of you. But the first job, it's a learning curve, right? You're taking the time to show. Once you get it down, this happens pretty damn quickly.
Right. High place. Battery. You got a battery here. That the cone is silicone. They should be mineral spirits. I use the alcohol, I use the acid, but when we say it, it doesn't allow you to clean. It's good, and it catches on the aluminum. So mineral spirits, for some reason, for this product, is the best one. We clean the excess, right? Personally, so you are doing an installation. You are done with this post. You want to go to the next one and say, oh, to your helper or around, it's gonna take longer to it. Why? Because this is you pushing the silicone to the sides. So I usually leave this to do the final silicone at the end of the day. If we take it now, here it's still pushing. See? I have to clean it again, right? So it takes about 15 minutes to start pushing to the sides. So I always do the install, and at the end of the day, I come do it on. I'm the post, and then here it's a little bit of mint spirits, right, to help slide when apply the silicone, bit more of mineral spirits, and that's how you finish here on the sides. Okay, so this part is done. Once you press it, on the floor and has the silicone, make sure clean on the insert. The silicone is gonna go up here into this channel, and you have to make sure that it's clean where this track can slide up and down, right? So make sure it's clean on this area. So to avoid having this track stick to the silicone here on the bottom. Clean here, it's important as well. You wanna profile it where you can seal it. You clean everything, of course. But in this head. So basically, I'm gonna move forward a little because same thing that I'm gonna do here, I did here, I'm gonna do on the other side, right? The only different part here, you're gonna have an issue or something. So here, there's a metal. Get anything of your preference to clean it, to remove it, because as you can see, it's gonna be on the way of the post, right? So step on the bottom, I mark 2 lines. So the gaps starting here. I mark 2 lines, and I come with a chisel or something to this show you the wall on the stucco or whatever you find. So make sure to this. Right. If you have a gap over quarter of an inch, it's too clean. If you have a gap over quarter of an inch, you mark it. Off you. So this helps a lot. Instead of doing This helps a lot. Change it, and you can clean the amount that you need. It's gonna help you a lot on this. Okay, we have the inside post mounted, right? This for the side post. The difference from the outside post. You're gonna do the same process, right? Same process as before. Make sure it's plumbed. If there's any gaps on the metal, where it's to make it sit, right? The only difference when we anchor it, right? Because it's on the corner here, the post is gonna do this. Because of the pressure, it's not gonna make this. So to avoid it, I use some shims. So I think two is enough. So I do the process of making the hole, putting anchors. Before drilling, I put here, one here, and one here, and then I start tightening it. Okay, this is enough. It's gonna do roughly 1 inch or closer, you know, and it's gonna compensate this difference. So that's the only thing. I don't use the inside post, but for the outside, when we drill it, it's gonna turn. So we make up the difference with some shims. All right.
Once you've put your final bead of skin, you can't see it. It's very clean.
Yeah.
Again, but it's a little bit of a getting to understand how that process works. You know, we inspect work pretty regularly, and we don't see the shims.
Yeah, because
it's not visible.
Yeah, you don't leave it on the edge. You need to put and cut it. As long as you hammer it inside a little bit, you don't need to do anything. That's why when I have the anchors in place, put it here and hammer it. So it's hidden. After the silicone, you don't need to worry about cutting or anything. You just make sure it's the inside like that.
You still do the same amount of cost of this for this installation, right? Same full tube also.
Yeah, almost a full tube, right? What else? Okay, we have that. When you have, so we talked about it inside of measuring it, 4 inches to the right and to the left of the door. Many times the installer will go to the house if he don't know what he's gonna encounter. So what I like to do is I have a post like that, and I don't know how far the person who measured make up the difference. So I get one panel, I put on the center of the door, split the difference. So 5 inches here, 5 inches here, or 6, whatever. I'll split the difference, and that I'll know where it's going, right? Instead of looking for my first panel, I center on the door. That is right. I have the panel centered, right? And then I'll drop this. Mark my line where it's plumb. Right? If your panel about an 1 inch off of these aluminum, won't work because you need to drop it. You need allows for it, right? You need more. This is a quarter of an inch. So if this is a quarter of an inch, that's a quarter of an inch. You can leave a quarter of an inch in the door. Right? I'll get post and here. Visually, see that about a quarter of an inch to the point. I will follow lines, plumb. See the drop down, but it's close, not go off. And then you're gonna have, of course, you'll not remove it. You got the so remember when doing the outside post, put all or an quarter of an inch. Half inch should be good. Right? But at the end of the day, go past the rubber. Right? Panel to go past the rubber. So what you can estimate of an inch a quarter if it's half inch. The panel has both sides. Both sides. Clear? Good?
The good thing about outside mount posts, you've generally got some inside is a set measurement. If you screw that up, you're going to be cutting panels. Or the outside, you can generally adjust them to allow the fitment.
Yeah. Yes. And the panels cut already. It's much to get one panel, center with the door, line. And measure two inside posts and we need to do the same post. We need to find that post and the post. Use a chalk line, whatever I prefer. I'll get a string here. The same from here to me to be on it straight. Yeah. So starting here, I have a straight line. You can use you can find a way to use it as a mark at some point, but I feel easier to do this way. using my hands to uh, play. All right. Always keep these channels up because they keep falling. If you don't put it up, you're gonna be doing it 1,000 times at installation. So keep them up like that. Okay. We tried making a template of this base plate here, setting and mark this, yeah. Yeah, this support here, you can adjust for days have. So to make it plumb, sometimes you have to go so that exact measurement for the plate. My line with the level, 2 feet level. Here. All right. Right. We measure from here to here, and from here to we find the panel goes much easier than the you get one panel from the one panel on the left pole. It's flush here. The line is flush. So it's plumb. So right, of course, you make up the difference. Check this. Sometimes I use some shims to hold it. You check here as well. Use shims to hold it, right? So the shims are holding it. We get a Sharpie or a pencil, and we mark the holes. We more holes and mark these other holes here. This has aligned with the other two posts. We have marked. All right. Put this side, and that's what we're working on the floor. Four holes. Find your right. We still need to make sure it's same direction, right? Other. I see the holes are matching here. I here in your so this is straight, right? half, on the other half. So you're using a sharp because if you use a pencil, when you go cut it, the rotation of the blade wipes off the pencil, right? So I use a Sharpie, mark here, the same thing. We have our template. You can use the SDS with the 1-inch bit. For me, it's forever, right? Takes a long time to use this and drill these 4 holes. And mainly, the concrete depth is 4.5, 5 inches, 5.5, depends on how it was poured. I use a granite bit with a 7 speed Makita, right? It goes much faster. Same as drilling granite. You drill 1 hole, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sometimes the debris from the concrete gets stuck here and you cannot keep drilling it. I use a hammer, I knock it so it can fall off, or I use anything to remove it, but this much faster. The SDS takes much longer. You can try it, but this
Obviously, that's a battery-powered SDS. It doesn't have a ton of oomph. You can get much bigger SDS, whatever they are, plus.
Yeah.
This piece of equipment found is just the best, right? Even over the electric SDSs.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just a lot faster. Yeah.
They speed.
Granite. It's a granite.
Granite bit. Yeah, 1 3/8, right? And it does drill much better because meanwhile you are just drilling on the corners and all the debris is going inside. This one you have to make more pressure because you are going right. It makes sense. It's same as drilling. Same as using if you use a wood bit, right, to drill on a piece of wood, and you use that cup wheel. Which one is faster? The cup wheel, right? The cup helps you better to drill it. So it's the same concept. So you have your lines, you drill it, but usually I still use it to finish the hole because this is 4 inches. Sometimes I have 5, sometimes I have 4.5. But just to finish 1 inch, this is gonna be excellent. But to do it from the beginning, it's hard. It's hard and takes a lot of time. You know that you hit your point when sand starts coming up. When you hit a soft spot, you know that there is sand on the bottom, right? What else? Cutting. You're gonna use a concrete blade, tile, whatever you have. My advice is always see the line where you are cutting because you gotta do a decent line. I've seen guys that leave a 3/8 half inch, big supplier. Their main installer was leaving half inch over and put in the grout, you know, and he doesn't. If you leave an 1/8 of an inch, it's fine. You get a grout to finish just a grout of same color of the. If it's concrete, you can use the concrete. If you are putting these into travertine, you get a grout or a caulking that matches. But if you get an 1/8 of an inch over, it's enough.
Talking about flush mounting that base plate, obviously when you're mounting it, it's got to be, especially in garages, it's got to be nice and clean and mounted. So he's talking about mounting that cut around that base plate and not leaving too much of a line so it looks pretty.
Yes. The way I like to do is where I can see line. It at the line and I go forward. But as I go forward, it doesn't. you can control it. So go forward here, here, right? Cut. I make some additional cuts, and right?
Grids.
Yeah, grids. There we can come with a hammer and a chisel and remove it. Why don't I use this? It's such a small space. You can lose the rhythm of it, and you can damage the travertine, damage the garage floor. So because it's such a small area, I prefer to come in like that. Much faster, you are safe. You not a perfect cut on the corners because the blade won't go all the way, right? Again, you can use anything of your preference, but I like to use this to profile the corners, right? I put this on the I like to put this on the drill bit, right? And then I clean the corners like that to make sure it's straight, right? You can do any other way. I avoid using the chisel because the chisel you can create a chip outside. So this, when you go clean the excess, it helps a lot and make sure there is no chips around your cut. Okay, you did this. You have this red, you have this red, you have your holes drilled. Get something here.
You gotta test it, obviously, make sure your holes are deep
Yes.
enough, wide enough, it fits in, it's flat, it looks pretty before you start, filling it up with mortar.
Yeah. So you test the base plate, you make sure it drops down. Make sure to have the screws on it because when you drop it down, you want to take it back. Make sure to put these screws back. So you have your screws in it. I usually put it up a little bit on side and I try on the hole. I see that it's under the line that I cut because that way I can adjust when the mortar is drying. Okay? Have those threaded rods, right? They're to the depth of the concrete. Okay? Usually we cut it with 4.5, 5 inches, right? To go lower. So hit the screws on top to make sure we find our ending point. If we don't have it, if we don't have our screws in place and we go over, after this is installed, you won't be able to go all the way down with it. So
Don't forget that, make sure you screw them all the way in, because it's a problem you
before so you put all your rods, right? Okay.
Sometimes this threaded rod can have a bit of oil on it to stop it. I mean, it's stainless steel, so it doesn't necessarily need it, but sometimes it has a bit of oil on it to stop rust and so forth. You want to wipe that off. Like when you're pouring concrete with rebar, you want to make sure your rebar's clean, because otherwise concrete's not going to adhere to it. And you don't want to be slipping in and out of that concrete. Make sure it's nice and clean with some solvent.
one at a time. I'm gonna demonstrate one for this set and one for the other one. Why don't do both in such a small area? This is the same as epoxy. This takes 3-4 minutes to dry. You won't be able to have it perfect or even close to good if you try to do both, because it dries quickly. It dries very quick. Okay, so we have this ready. We mix our Sika grout. I'm going to explain the amount that we mix for each one of them. The consistency of it, it needs to be fluid. It cannot be like regular cement. Quite liquidy, because you need room to set it down. And if it's thick, you won't be able to. If you try pushing it down, if you try hammering with a rubber hammer, it's gonna splash all the way. But you need the rubber hammer. You're gonna need it to make sure it's flush. You put the cement, you drop it down, you start hammering it. Right? Use a hammer, rubber mallet. Don't use this one off. If you go down more, make sure you have these two ready so you can adjust. Right? This is your cut. This part is lower. Use this to adjust. You can pull it up a little and adjust. It's dry. So wait till it's dry. Keep checking, keep adjusting it. Always have a bucket, half of water, and a sponge to clean, because it's gonna drip outside, right? Okay. So after you finish this, you clean your area, and then you mix another batch and do this area. Right?
Good idea. I'll just make this note because we learned the hard way, and hopefully you guys don't make the same mistakes. It's a good idea to, before you go and do this install, back in your workshop, practice measuring it, right? Because you'll get a feel for the setup. You want to set over. If you put too much of that out in there and not enough water, it sets hard as you're stirring it. It's like you got to start over. The bucket's not usable anymore. You got to find another bucket. Get the hang of, the consistency that needs to be, because we learned the hard way. We messed up some ways back. We messed it up and had to kind of redo it. So learn before you go out in the first job and you mix the stuff before. Get a feel for how it works. Consistency it needs to be. How much work time you've got. But that's why he says, don't do them both. That stuff is hard. You've got half it poured. It's now solid. You can imagine how it is for you. You want everything to sort of smoothly.
Yes. So use a rubber hammer, then you go knock it down if you are not able to do it by your hands, and use this to adjust the height according to the tile that you have. Always leave, it depends the practice that you get, but an eighth of an inch is fine, an eighth of an inch. So I mark the sharpie nice, and I cut to the edge of the line. I don't cut past the line. If you cut to the edge of the line, you're gonna have this an eighth of an inch, because still with the blade it goes a little more. So go to the edge of the sharpie and you'll be fine. What else? Okay, let's mix the grout. Right? Yeah.
Ricky wants to show you the grout. How's every time, Rich? 206. You guys want us to show us how to do the grout? Would that be useful?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's bit. We to the base plate, but drill it. If it starts to be hollow at 1 inch, at 1.5, if it starts to be hollow at 1.5, try the anchor. If it grips, if it doesn't grip, you hammer it tight so it falls inside the block, right? And the next solution that we have, we use this Simpson epoxy. With 3/4 of an inch, of course. uh, uh, let's say these two worked, right? These two here worked. I've never left those two and did this one. I always remove the post completely because this needs 24 hours to dry before I tighten it. And I come on the next day to tighten this one, I'm worried about how the silicone is gonna react to it, right? Making pressure on it after the silicone is already drying. So if I have a hollow area, I remove the post, right? Clean the silicone. Or uh, uh, you don't even need to put the silicone on the. You don't even need to put the silicone on the post. If you see that's hollow, right? You get one of those anchors and try to tighten it before the post. If it does, you know that you're gonna need this. So it avoids silicone and clean everything.
Insert a rod with the what is it? Working, you got to find a new solution. You guys, being aluminum guys, may have better solutions than we, but we've found that this is the best setup. But of course, cure time can't come back and for the next up.
Yes.
So we don't like it when this happens, but it happens.
It happens. So we open the hole a little bigger. So now it's half inch. We open to 3/4, right? I fit this sleeve into the concrete. Let's say it hits something on the back, the wall or the concrete or whatever. It hits at 5 inches, right? All the inches all the way. I cut here the 5 inches, right? I cut here the 5 inches. That way I can go flush with the column. Okay? You guys understood that? Good. Sometimes it doesn't inches. It's here something here. So we cut it and make sure it's flush with the concrete. After it's flush with the concrete, we get the 2-part epoxy that they sell on this kit, right? We mix them. This is inside the column. We apply a lot of it, let it drip out, right? Clean, and we have cut this for the amount that we need, right? For the size that we need. So if it just went 5 inches, okay, we have to cut 5 3/4 because it's a little bit overhanging to use the bolt after it's dry. So we have the epoxy inside the sleeve. We close it. When they close it, that it helps prevents moving or falling off. So we fill it in and we leave it 24 hours. 24 hours, come back and with the bolt. We only do this when it's hollow and the 3-inch anchor is not.
I mean, there are different ways, as you guys, you middle guys would know. There's different ways to do this. There's butterfly. That, you know, we just found that if this doesn't work, sometimes we've tried butterfly anchors. They also don't work. We've just found that this is the best solution. The epoxy set's really hard. It's an incredible product. It's not inexpensive for those who haven't used it, but it's very, very good, and it solves those problems. Now we know the post is in place. We're not worried about not holding. We know it's going to hold really well.
Want to explain about this one?
And then, occasionally it's happened, believe it or not, sometimes you're going to have a random post on a house and you're hitting wood. You're hitting plywood. You can't quite figure figure out why. It's a block home. It might be an extension that the homeowner didn't tell you about. You've got to carry on with the job. You need to put posts in place. You know, in a situation we're using lag bolts, right, to make sure we get into the wood. Same deal, 1/2 inch by 3 inch stainless steel lag bolts. You guys will figure this out. You'll work out the way. You'll come across the same problems. You might not use the hardware we're using. We're just telling you that the products that we found that work for us. Not saying it's the best. You know, you guys made it better, but this has all worked really well for us. Doesn't happen often. Obviously, you don't want to be driving into plywood, but if you've got a plywood scenario, you've got to do what you can do.
Yeah. Yeah.
So question, I missed where you put the sleeve in the concrete. How did that get held in?
We got
What happens is that sleeve has webbing. It's like so as you pump that silicon in, it expands in that space and it gets it really solid adhesion.
How do you get this to stay in the epoxy?
to stay there. This is gonna hold. This is not gonna allow it to go inside. And then once it's into the hole, we put the epoxy inside the sleeve, right? We make sure it's filled completely. After it's filled completely, we close this cap.
And the epoxy comes out of here.
It weeps out.
Okay, gotcha.
And then we
Fills up, it actually sleeps out of that.
Gotcha. Okay.
what else? Let that right. The grout. So the instructions of this, it gives you a certain amount of water that you need to use, but it also says use the minimum amount that you need. So that is I'll demonstrate it how much to use for these baits that we need. I've been but I can find it. So for the base plate that has 4 screws, I usually use 6 of these, right? It shows to be enough. I use 4, the smaller one. 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 for the smaller one has the 2, and 6 for the bigger one, right? Once you drill for the holes, and you catch sand on the bottom, usually I get some gravel pour inside, so this doesn't flows to the bottom of the slab, right? Don't worry. So I get some gravel, even some debris, from cut and pour a little bit on those holes, right? I tried using that grout mix real. It makes a mess. It's power, right? I prefer hand. Many of you guys have done grout before, so it's not a lot. So put very minimum. This product says for bigger batches, don't mix more than 3 minutes. This dries very quickly, very quickly. It feels too thick. right? Because as we hammer it, it's gonna splash out. It's almost on point. Oh. That's the consistency we want, right? So our base plate can just drop down in place and we don't have to be hammering it. It's too consistent, you have to hammer it and it's gonna splash out. As you hammer it, you have to clean it, and so this is a good consistency, right? Seems like a leveling consistency if you leveling before for flooring, right? So I have this set. It's about, I use about four of these for the one that have 2 screws, right? After you have this, you pour it inside. You can leave a quarter inch lower than the line we cut, because when you put your plate, it's gonna lift what's on the bottom. So you don't need to go all the way up. Leave a quarter of an inch lower than the line that. If you guys wanna mark the time, you see how little time you have to work with this. So I'm gonna leave it here. It dries in 4 minutes. That's the to set it, adjust it. It's gonna drip a little bit outside. You're gonna clean it. Always have a bucket with you. If you don't wanna lose this, after what I do is after I poured, right, and I'm working on it, so I don't have to rush the helper to go and clean the bucket. I'll just get the bucket that it's dirty. I put water on top of it and leave it, because the cement's not gonna, I'm not gonna lose this bucket. After I pour, there's the remaining cement. I fill with water, I leave on the side, and then after I finish it, I can go outside, I can clean and reuse this bucket. All right? So here, I'm adjusting. You can have a couple of shims with you if you want to lock it in place. You won't need, but have a couple of shims, bucket, half with water, hammer it as you adjust, or make sure it's flush. Always have the bucket with water, always, because as you hammer it down, as you are pushing, it's gonna splash, right? It's gonna splash. It does seem like it, but if it's too consistent, it's gonna splash more and it's gonna be harder to set it. Yeah, if it's too thick. If it's this consistency that I showed you, it's gonna be easier to drop it down and adjust, right? The secret is to dry fit, test it before mixing the cement.
Center post, as we talked about earlier, it's the most challenging part. Look, it's relatively simple once you've done it a few times, but there's a little time involved, and after a while it takes, you get it done quick. But most guys sort of tell us the center post is the time-consuming thing, because a process, order, sequence of events that you need to go through to make it work.
It doesn't seem like it, but it takes about an hour and a half for the center post. So once this is placed, put the string, put the center post, my plate, template. It takes about an hour and a half long, right? Of course, I always try to cut it facing outside the house, pushing the blade so it goes away. What else? Yeah. Okay. So we did one, right? If it hasn't dried and you see that's not moving, you can start mixing for the other, and then you do the other one. What else? After you have your base plates in place, You do your silicone around the inside posts, right? You won't leave this for the homeowner because they can trip on it, right? So we remove this one, place it in a box with all the other gadgets, right? Remove this one, and you, how do you call this one?
It's like a plug, metal plug, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah. You put this plug, and then you won't be tripping on it, and no debris or no dust or no water will go into it. Right? So that's what you leave for the homeowner before you leave the installation. Don't leave these ones. Huh? Yeah?
We introduce a system for somebody in the warehouse. We provide them with, you'll get a plastic container kind of like that, and it's going to have all the components that the homeowner needs. So it's going to have the different piece of caps. There's generally a couple of spare caps in case they break, because sometimes these guys just crank down and snap the top. But you're going to get
See there. So yes, it's gonna happen 100 houses, right? You drill those 4 holes, right? And you find still here, and you use the correct drill bit to drill into the rebar, and you won't go for nothing. You won't go, you just drilling and drilling and drilling and nothing. You have this 4 at this size, cut this one short a little bit, to the point where the down you to go all down. So cut this short a little bit, and set it. But it's gonna happen 1 in 100. It's
Yeah, it's happened, but it doesn't happen a lot, fortunately.
and there's to know. There is no way to know. Don't cheat if you hotel putting of removing it.
For this height, obviously, the higher you go, you need more bolts. So
Yeah.
the higher the system is, the more labor involved in installing it.
Yeah. So if you and this one doesn't work, cover the another up a little bit, but always have the correct amount. Great. And you say, oh, huh? Okay. All right. What else?
Yeah, first one, take your time.
In first, like Murphy's Law, you'll go out, you're excited to get into it, and you'll 3 or 4 of these issues, but then they're not all be easy. It's just the nature, it's the nature of the business.
We're explaining inside about the extension with PVC. In some occasions, right, you're gonna have that, right, when needed. It's gonna come with some extensions. It depends how you order it, or how you're gonna have that set. You wanna explain a little more about the no the cases that use the extension?
Yeah, just real guys. So let's just say that this here was permanently mounted and you can't do anything about it. That's when you might use this extension. This is an outside mount post. See, it's got the extension built into it. Just gives you extra clearance. So in a situation, whatever this is an object that we can't do anything about, customer doesn't want to remove it, you can sell them this and it's going to allow the panels to drop down on the outside of this. So that's all it does. And if that's not enough clearance and you've got this problem here, you can put stainless PVC extension. Lowe's sells the PVC a true 1 inch thick by I think it's 4 and 6 inches. So you can use that as well. We're available. You ever encounter this issue, give us a call. We're happy to walk you through any scenarios you might encounter. Let's just kind of wrap this up because I know these are close to finishing too.
To the end,
whatever you do not cut the door until. Make sure you cut the metal before you apply the last lot of silicone. Some people forget that. Now you're cutting metal, it'll end up all over your silicone. It's a big mess. You have to scrape it all up and start over. So make sure you cut the metal before you do your very final bead of silicone around this.
the back is to the end of the job or to the end of the day, right? Here, very basic. Spray a little bit, right? And Spray a little bit of mineral spirits to help you slide better. Then this is just a matter of practice, cleaning. Some people like to use tools to clean the silicone. I prefer to use the old way because that way you can feel if there is any silicone on the post, if you are clean enough. You can try alcohol or acetone, but it creates a film. It's gonna be horrible. You won't have the same result as mineral spirits.
You got all familiar with silicon, right? So, sorry, I wanted to this up out here. They want to demonstrate the coding software real quick before you go if you have the time. But the last thing is that he's finished, done the silicon, it's all pretty, making sure there's no holes anywhere. It looks really nice. Because you're gonna install the system. This is what we do. We drop the system in. Bear in mind, you drop the panels in. Obviously, the thick rubber's the very first one. The other ones don't matter. Once you put it in there, you're going to grab one of these caps, or two caps, one for each post, and obviously leave them for the center. You're going to drop your panels in for this width. You get two guys on each end. You want to drop it so it's parallel to the ground, and then the first thing you want to do is crank this down. You don't need to crank it a lot. We talked about providing a torque wrench in the future. Doesn't need, we think it's going to be something between 15 and 20 pounds per square inch, not a lot. So you're going to tighten this down so that all the panels can press tight on the concrete footer. And lastly, you're pushing the panels so that they right against the rubber, right? It's got to be done in that sequence. If you try and do these first, the side ones, well, you have pressure against your footer and it's going to leak. You've got to explain that to your customers. Believe you me, in Hurricane, one of our competitors, I know a few of their installers as well, they said they had a bunch of flooding in homes because customers did exactly that opposite. They couldn't understand why. They went out and took them apart and they're like, they weren't even tight. This was tight and this wasn't. It happens. Once you explain to your customers, I've got some stuff I can share with
Commercial,
you.
yes.
On a permanent for the city, we need to pull it.
When it's commercial, yes. Commercial, yes.
Where it's not commercial.
Some HOAs require it. Some HOAs require it.
Once they're satisfied, we then say, where do you want us to store the panels? We go install them, and then we get our final check and release. That's how the process works for us. So, center post, you're going to put the post in, same deal, drop the panels in, compress it from the top, and then decide after that. But, it's a little bit of a process. I think you did a good job of explaining to you. Are there any final questions while we're out here? Because then we need to look at this quoting software as our final part of today.
Yeah, so when
No
you...
questions?
No? So...
There's no other options that you guys know of, something that you can put inside if the hole is hollow, rather than using epoxy with the
There's sorts of solutions. The problem is we found that we try another solution. Sometimes they work, but sometimes they fail.
That's good. That's good to explain. This is for... We explained it.
That's not what you use for.
No. It's this.
What is this?
This is when you have grout lines. Yeah.
Another step that may or may not work. We decided epoxy is a fail-proof.
like, what if the installers have installed just one shutter and it's like 2-hour dry time already? And they're like, I don't want to go back tomorrow for the 2 inches that.
Just look at, there's different options. I mean, you need to get it from a specialty hardware store. But there's various butterfly anchors you can use. And look, sometimes they work okay, but we just didn't have a real good run with it. We tried that too, and then that didn't work.
What was that stuff called? The bucket that you you mixed up? That dry soil?
Sika grout.
What is it?
Sika grout.
Okay.
Okay, so for the Sika we did around the post with the Sika Flex NEP 125, right? That's the one that goes behind the post and around. The CO and PO we use when the system needs to be used, right? So we have our posts, everything is tightened down and tightened against. We use this on the bottom, between the bottom CO and the floor. Make sure to do a nice bead here, right? On this corner, here on the inside. The same thing outside of the house and inside, okay? That's gonna be your last resource, right? You don't need to be as nice as I did here, but make sure to make a nice and thick bead around here, all the way across the panel, and go up, all right? But mainly on this intersection here, you wanna have it build up on the intersection here. So CONP, yes, yes, okay.
It's the best we've found for getting rid of it. Other stuff has too much residue that comes off pretty well.
When you are installing the system on top of ceramic, on top of tile, you have the grout lines where the water can go through. You're gonna find your line and you're gonna epoxy the grout line, the size that you need, right? Imagine this is all tile and I have a grout line here, grout line here, grout line here. You're gonna have to epoxy this little groove here, epoxy this other one, epoxy the other one, to avoid the water going into the grout lines. You don't need to remove the tile. You don't need to make a concluder. Make sure eliminate that grout joint, okay? So one silicone for the back of the post and around. The other one is when the system is up and a surge is coming, and two-part epoxy, right, of your preference for the grout lines where the panel is gonna sit, right? On pavers, of course, we don't epoxy the pavers. We remove the pavers and make a footer. But on tile, you know, there are some houses that the lanai faces the canal, and the homeowner wants to install inside the lanai, right? So can install inside the lanai, gonna sit. It's still gonna get, the water is gonna go through the screen, but that's nothing, right? They don't want to do a concrete footer on their backyard or whatever. Their condo, their townhouse faces the water. They put on their lanai, where you need the epoxy on ground, okay? Sure.
Any more questions? Do them real quick inside, but that's kind of the general idea of how we do things. Doesn't mean you can't do it differently. That process has worked for us.
So I thank you so much to Rubicon. They're going to around so you can continue to ask questions. Well, we know that a little bit it might be stuff that you already know. The same thing with GD, and we find that it's really draining. It definitely reduces that human error happen out of the field. Because you are here, we are going to give you a certificate of being AHT preferred partner. So you have to be installed so that reduces your. I'd love to have JD come explain a little bit, just very products that you see here in our showroom. I know that I've had some questions about the way that the bloodstream and our system in our portal so that you can start ordering today.
So this first screen that will operate is what our hurricane screen is right now. That is our like I said, it does not have attention.
It doesn't have a tensioning system, so it's basically just riding inside a track. poly, you're gonna see us have some sagginess to it. It's not a tension like other manufacturers out there, but if done right, it
Felt brush, that's the.
no, that's not what we use. It's on this particular one because of the bar style that we used on it. Put the brush in there. It is. It is. Yeah.
Is it heavier?
Mm, let's see. Actually, no. No, it's the standard bar for just has for the brush rather than the gasket. So it's the same size. That's the polypropylene. Yeah, that's the poly. Um, this one here is the aramid, the
You don't have. Yeah.
that we don't have in the drawings yet. Right. So this is for R&D really, and longevity and how we laid out a couple things and how we were attaching stuff like that. So it's kind of for us to come in and make sure that what we're trying is working. R&D. Yeah. So that's the aramid. It's a much thicker, heavier material. Excuse me. Polyester coating. Yeah.
It's a dual purpose screen then, more or less, what it's considered.